Okay. I really want to make that point because I think that there was some. Did you? Is there water? There's no water. It's okay. It's fine. I can. There's a.
Well, there was one. You can just see check the entry.
I might not need it. We wait a couple, or we wait a couple of minutes, 1 minute. No problem.
Okay, so welcome everyone to day 2 of our workshop. I'm very, very excited to present Julia Mosquera. I didn't butcher that. Who is talking to us today about accidental panspermia. Oh, the title is slightly changed. Extraplanetary exploration and the long-term future of animal well-being. Take it away.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, talking to all of you. Thank you for the talks yesterday. I learned a lot from listening to them. And I'm excited to present on this topic today, which is something that we've very recently, and I want to be clear about that, very, very recently, we've started to work on. So we have nothing like a finished paper at the moment. We have a very drafty draft. And so anything, any comment or any suggestion, even if they're critical, they'll be very, very welcome. Okay, so before I start telling you about the content of the paper, I'd like to very briefly tell you a little bit about what we do at Mimir in relation to the theme to which this paper belongs, which is human-animal relations in the long-term future. For any of you who are interested in this topic and would like to talk perhaps more about it afterwards. So first, I'll tell you why we think this matters. So one of the first reasons why it matters is because our relationship with animals is responsible for some of our biggest, current biggest crises, right? So think about CO2 emissions. So meat production is responsible for around 15% of the total emissions. You can think about land usage, think about biodiversity issues, and you can also think that the relationship with animals is also responsible for many of the infectious diseases and pandemics that human beings have suffered throughout the history of humanity. And then, of course, we believe that there's intrinsic value in animal welfare, that animal lives have intrinsic value. And so by changing the way we think and relate to human beings in the future, we think we can achieve a more holistic, radical transformation. We think, address different challenges, as I said before, biodiversity loss, welfare loss, human, animal, and economic loss. And something that I think is quite interesting is that thinking or caring about the relationship with animals might help us extend concern to other marginalized groups. So think about future generations too, right? So basically by extending, the more concern we extend to different marginalized groups, or the more groups we extend concern to, the better. So, and then there's the question of legitimacy. So we think that So non-human animals are among the relevantly affected stakeholders in all of these crises, and so including them might just be a matter of legitimacy. So just very quickly, these are some of the things that people at IFFS and Mimir in particular are working on. And I should probably mention that Karim is one of them, and there's two, and then there's also Tim Campbell, one of my co-authors, another philosopher at the Institute. And I can also very briefly tell you about some of the sub-themes and topics of research that we deal with in this Mimir theme. So I thought I would divide them into short-term, middle-term, future concerns or topics, and middle, long-term, future concerns or topics. So all of us are interested in climate change. We're currently doing some work on that related to animal well-being, climate change. There's stuff related to population ethics, so things like whether we should adopt like an individual-based or a collective-based axiology to think about these things. There's the stuff we're doing on CO2 measures related to food production and the role of animal welfare in them, or basically the fact that animals are not, or animal well-being are not among their considerations. Questions related to animal justice, SDGs, corrective justice considerations, ethics of meat eating, animal personal identity, and then things related to, or topics related to the middle long-term future that we're working on. So first, the one that I'm going to be talking about today, extraplanetary exploration, and then animal extinction and animal enhancement. Perhaps Karim is kind of like the expert, and Anders experts on this last topic. Okay, so that's about how Mimir is thinking about our relationship with animals in the middle long-term future and the topics we're interested in. And so the one I'm going to be talking about today is accidental panspermia and the risks associated with, or the risks derived from extraplanetary exploration. So I should say that this paper that I'm going to be presenting today is an interdisciplinary collaboration between me, Karim, who is here, and also Natushka Lee, who is an astrobiologist based in Stockholm, who has published a lot on space exploration from more like scientific point of view, but who is also very concerned about social sciences and humanities topics and issues related to space exploration, both like pre-settlement and also post-settlement issues. And so we're pretty happy about the collaboration because there's a lot of questions that we had when we started to think about these topics that we felt we could not ourselves address as philosophers. We didn't have the background for that. So she's been very helpful. Okay, so the idea that motivated the paper is that extraplanetary exploration is likely to increase in the next decades. And it's also likely, or at least possible, let's say possible, that humans will settle in space in different planets. And so we wanted to think about the animal welfare risks that would derive from those type of scenarios. And so I want to say that the paper therefore takes a different approach from the stuff already published, most of the stuff already published on this topic. So we're not interested in directed panspermia scenarios, which are Anders is more familiar with, right? Those scenarios in which we like bring animals into the space, like different species, and we do stuff with them there. So this is basically the scenario in which we travel to space, perhaps like a one-off travel, and we leave some biological traces after us from that travel, and then what happens after that. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit more about this interplanetary biological contamination. Let's see, why we think that this is highly likely to happen. So one way of thinking about that is in terms of the technology that is both currently used to sort of like, well, test this type of scenarios or trips. So we can think that, of course, this type of technology is not well tested at the moment, right? It's very hard to test, it's not well tested. there is currently threshold for acceptable level of contamination. So there are some measures in place, but even then, this is not enough to prevent this type of scenario, like biological contamination scenario. I should probably say that this microorganism or biological leakage can come from at least two sources, right? So it can come from ships, from the ventilation system of ships, but it can come from basically human manipulation, even from the like the suits themselves, right? So it's very easy for microorganisms to just leak from the suits, say by just like some, I don't know, like movement that the person might do that might displace a part of the suit at some point. And then I also, something that I wanted to stress here is that this type of technology might just be inherently risky, right? So there might be like a threshold for how much we can improve this technology. And perhaps we have already reached that threshold, or we might be close to reaching it. And so there are some risks that we might not be able to avoid when it comes to the use of this type of technology. So I should say that as well, that when we think about the sterilization measures that these people are thinking about, they apply to ships, but they do not apply to human beings. And human beings carry around an enormous amount of bacteria and germs, and that's unlikely. We are unlikely to be able to sterilize ourselves to the degree that is needed to avoid this type of scenario. And so, and then, yeah, additionally, so it's been actually shown that tardigrades, for example, can survive conditions that have been used to replicate space conditions. And so that's just one specific or particular case in which we've seen that happening. Now, why do we think not just that the leakage is possible, but also that it is possible or likely even that these microbes will settle on the surface of Mars? So there's two ways in which I think we can think about this settlement, right? So one of them is what I call unprotected. So this is just like basically settling on the surface of Mars without any specific protection from, say, radiation, right? But it is also possible that the settlement is protected. Different ways in which this can be, or this can happen. So they can, for example, settle under rocks that happen to be on the surface of the planet. But something that is actually quite likely within this scenario is that they might settle actually under infrastructure that humans might eventually build when we think about human settling on space, right, on Mars. And so that would be more likely, actually, that the settlement under rocks, because we can think that, you know, if we build some sort of structures like buildings for humans living there, humans are going to be like walking around them, right, and getting out of, I was going to say houses, but I don't even know if I'm able to use this terminology referring to the scenario, but you get the point, right? So there's going to be transit, there's going to be humans there, and so that makes it more likely. Okay, now, so I went from microbiological leakage to settlement, and now you might be thinking, okay, so we need evolution of life and we need sentience for the argument, right, to get off the ground. And so here, what I have thought is, well, I have basically thought of three hypotheses, three ways in which life and sentience might evolve, actually two, in this type of scenario. Well, the first hypothesis is that in which, well, life basically never evolves, right? So there might be leakage, there might be settlement, but that's not enough for life to evolve. You might think that, you know, the conditions are just way too harsh for something like life, doesn't matter whether it's complex or not, just like forms of life to evolve there. Then you might be thinking, well, it might be possible for life to evolve to some extent, but life will not be complex enough, and therefore no chance that that life will be sentient either, right? Or you might think that, you know, it might actually be possible, given that we're talking of a very, very long time frame. We're talking about like 2 billion years time frame, which is the duration, like expected duration of Mars at the moment, it might actually be possible that sentience evolves in that scenario. So that's what I call the sentience hypothesis. So these are just some things that support that hypothesis. So we can think that sentience is a trait or a feature that has evolved on Earth independently in different species, right? So there seems to be something relevant about sentience that has been needed by different species at different times. It has evolved independently. And so that might be something in favor of sentience evolving in other planets, if it happens to be necessary for individuals in that specific condition or in those specific conditions. And as I said before, well, there's basically plenty of time for this to happen, okay? So we're, as I said before, talking of like 2 billion times duration here. We can also use, or we can also refer to the fact that multicellular life on Earth took 1 billion years to evolve. So there's, in principle, enough time for that to happen. A relevant question here you might be thinking about is, well, we would need to know at which point in time would sentience evolve in those conditions, right? To sort of like determine how much time there is for, say, negative well-being to occur or positive. And that's a very difficult question, but I'm not aiming at dealing with here. So I'll just say it is possible in principle, there's plenty of time. All right, now, so that's like, I guess, two rough scenarios. So I'm just going to divide it into two more like sub-scenarios here. So we can still like press on the idea that the conditions on Mars will be way too harsh, right? And so you might think that, well, you know, sentience might evolve in that type of environment, but given the harsh conditions there on those planets, the forms of sentient life that evolve are sort of what of course, this is just me using the term like cursed in some sense, right? So it is very hard to, again, like to use the right terminology for a philosopher here. We might be thinking, you know, maybe these are actually like disabled forms of life in some sense. And therefore they might be lives with some degree of suffering, right? So that'd be bad if they happen to have long lives, but chances are the lives, if they are this type of lives, cursed lives will be short. So that would detract a little bit from the badness of these type of lives. And you could also think that, well, you know, evolution, if they are sufficiently sophisticated to be sentient, then they might be sufficiently sophisticated to sort of like cope with these harsh conditions. So they might not be cursed in any way. They might just be less sophisticated and short, these type of lives, right? So those are some possibilities. Another, as I said, I wanted to divide the sentience hypothesis into two different ones. The cursed one, there's maybe some reasons to think that what would actually happen in that scenario is something more like what happened when we think about the evolution on Earth, right? And so I just call that the replication hypothesis, right? So what would end up having there is just something somewhat similar to what happened on Earth. So basically a replica of the history of evolution on Earth. Now, a relevant question here is so what, again, like the types of like sophisticated forms of life that we would get there, like how sophisticated could they be? Would they include like human species? Because that will change quite a lot the type of like well-being that we have, right? So we might have essentially different, perhaps like forms of well-being or experiences. We might have not just negative well-being from these like less sophisticated forms of life exposed to a lot of harsh conditions. We might have more sophisticated forms of life, perhaps with positive well-being. Again, that's a question that I cannot respond here, but those are two possibilities. And we might think that therefore there'll be just different species with different capacities for sentience, and some of them will basically do better than others, as it happens on Earth. That, for example, predators do, well, not necessarily do better than others, but there'll be this kind of like population dynamics that would be also relevant here. Now, something else that is also relevant for well-being, when we think from the kind of like cosmological well-being perspective, is what happens to Earth at the same time, right? So if Earth happens to survive, then this scenario will lead to some sort of, basically will double the amount of both positive and negative well-being, right? So it's just like the same, more or less the same happening there at the same time, right? So yeah, basically at the same time. And we might think that, well, you know, we're thinking of 2 billion times time frame. It might just be that Earth doesn't longer exist at that point, right? And so what we might get is basically a prolongation of what has happened on Earth, but just on a different planet, right? Now, that's all I will say about the scenario itself. As I said before, so we're philosophers. And so going back, I guess, to Joe's presentation yesterday, there's a limit to how much we can talk about these things and how much we can predict. But that's where we are at the moment. And after the conversations with our astrobiologist co-author. And now a relevant question is, okay, so what are we supposed to do with this? How should we approach this problem or this risk? So there's different possibilities I have thought about, and I think that all of them involve important challenges. So you might think like, well, then what we need basically is more safe space travel technology, right? We need to improve our technology so that we are able to avoid this type of risk. So to avoid leakage, to avoid settlement, and so that we can avoid what would happen or like the consequences of the leakage and the settlement. But as I said before, there's already high measures that are being taken when these experiments are conducted. And we've seen, for example, as I said before, tardigrades surviving these space conditions. And therefore, I'm inclined to thinking, or we're inclined to thinking that this might just be a very, like intrinsically very risky technology. And therefore, there isn't much we can do about it, right? So this might not lead anywhere far in that respect. So you might be thinking, okay, well, maybe if what we get is not a replication of Earth conditions, but some sort of like really like disastrous scenario for animal well-being, where most of the species are, say, not highly sophisticated, but have net negative lives, perhaps what we should do is not, you know, travel at all to space or not travel specifically to Mars. But as I said before, perhaps if what we end up having there after evolution is something like Earth, it's not just negative well-being that we would have, we might have some positive well-being too, some more sophisticated species, and so that's something to think about. And then, of course, there's like other benefits, economic benefits from space travel that we should also consider in this scenario. And it's also quite unlikely anyway, given the sort of like country competition for who might be the first one doing this type of space travel and even settlement on Mars. Very unlikely that that will not happen. So you might be thinking, okay, well then, so we go there, but we don't settle there. So we avoid the risk that I mentioned before, that the contaminate or like the settlement of these microbes happens not under rocks, but under buildings or construction. So as I said to the previous solution, there might be benefits to as well settling on Mars, right? So there's a lot of, or quite some research or literature on this at the moment. And as I also said before, microbes could still settle under rock to avoid radiation and other harsh conditions, if not fully, at least partially avoid radiation. Then you might be thinking, okay, well, in that case, maybe what we should do if this happens is just go back and either stop the history of evolution from like developing on Mars or reverse it. I don't even know what reversing the history of evolution means here. I just have like a sense in my mind of what that might mean. So one response, there's several responses to this way of dealing with the risk that I'm presenting today. and also to the next one. But I'll just take the first one. Going back again to the replication hypothesis, depends on what type of forms of life we get there. We might get sophisticated forms of life with lives that are not net negative. And so that's something to consider when we're thinking about stopping that the evolution of Mars or reversing it. And then something that I think is very interesting, or like direction that this paper is taken at the moment, is that, well, it seems like we might actually have a reason, therefore, to, if nothing else works, or if there are, for whatever reason, more complicated strategies to actually terraform Mars. And when I say terraform, I put it in quotation marks because I'm not thinking necessarily of making Mars, like changing the conditions of Mars so that it replicates the conditions on Earth. I'm just saying improving the conditions of Mars so that whatever form of life evolves there can have a life that is as good as possible, can have some good lives. So do whatever is needed, let's say terraforming, improving the conditions, whatever is needed to maximize the well-being of whatever forms of life happen to evolve there. If we do it at Earth-like, we might be able to get the replication scenario that I mentioned before. So like basically have the same there as we have on Earth. Yeah, I guess that's all I would say about that. And then, so with respect to 4 and 5, so I'll just remind you, 4 was going back and stopping or reversing evolution on Mars, and 5 was terraforming. Both of them, I think, are very unlikely. So something, again, that I think is pretty interesting in this direction the paper is taking, is that, well, it's clear that the accidental panspermia scenario is very different from directed panspermia scenario in many respects. And one of them is the assumptions that we are making both scenarios, right? So it might be likely, like going back and reversing it or terraforming it, changing the conditions sufficiently so that these forms of life, sentient life, are good. It might be likely in the terraforming scenarios. So those are scenarios where, sorry, in the panspermia scenarios. So those are scenarios in which we're assuming a high technological and economic availability, right? So we're thinking about scenarios where we send species to different types of species to different planets. We're thinking about things like space farming and so on and so forth. That's highly complicated, both from a technological point of view, but also extremely expensive. And that's not an assumption of the indirected or accidental panspermia scenario, necessary assumption of that scenario, right? So those type of things, that's both technological availability, but also economic, might not be available in the accidental panspermia scenario that we are talking about here, right? So this could be a scenario that is a lot more sensitive to economic and technological availability of the time. So I'm thinking, again, remember, we're thinking of like 2 billion years time frame. Think about wars that might be happening, right? So we might have other more important things to deal with here on Earth, both technologically, but also economically, right? And we might not think at that point that that is one of our biggest top priorities or top risks to deal with at that point. Think about climate change, right? So we might be dealing with that still. We'll actually, maybe at that point, if we still exist, be facing the worst consequences of that. We might actually not even exist at that point, right? So Earth might be hit by an asteroid and the whole planet might not exist, or it might just be that humans don't longer exist at that point. And therefore, there's no humans to go, or that would go back. Maybe some form of like artificial intelligence would solve it for us, but I'm leaving that aside. And so basically, the type of scenario that we're talking about here is one that looks more like an irreversible scenario with important consequences in the very long-term future. And I think I will leave it there. Thank you.
Great. So if you have a question, raise your hand. Adrian, you can start. There's a microphone.
Oh, there's one here.
I don't have this. That's fine. If we don't use the microphone, the people in Zoom can't hear it, so. Yeah, thanks for the lead talk. So, I'm not as familiar with this literature, so this might be a not new question I'm asking. So when I think about valuing things, I think about, I'm a conscious being, I have a brain. I think other humans have consciousness because they have brains and that roughly what a brain looks like. I kind of extend this to other animals and I say, hey, you have sufficiently similar neural structure. And I also think you're capable of sentience of some kind. But in the panspermia case, things are more difficult because it's possible that we have an alternative evolutionary history.
Mm.
And it's entirely possible that this could generate completely alternative conscious beings that do not have brains in the same kind of way. But if that's the case, then how could we be sure that they have the same kinds of capacities for functioning in sufficiently similar ways that we do, and in such a way that we can even make risk assessments about the possible function in a way that would justify maybe say that this is a risk of something. Because if it is possible that it's a completely independent evolution timeline, then it seems we don't have that. This is a kind of fundamental uncertainty. So what do you?
That is fundamental uncertainty that they'll experience some form of pain.
Well, yeah.
Because I'm not assuming.
Or of the same, or of sufficiently similar kind that we
Yeah.
can make judgments to say this. So like, suppose imagine this, imagine they had a different kind of brain where they had certain kinds of experiences. Those experiences are in some sense incommensurable with our experiences in terms of the valence. Because normally we assume valence is on like a single univariate measure of temperature. But suppose instead it's actually incommensurable in some sense. So I don't, is that make
So the experiences are incommensurable, but they might be incommensurable, but that doesn't mean.
just don't know.
But
Because
so,
we're assuming a completely different.
okay, so there's several things I could say here. So I agree, it's very hard to think that the experiences that these creatures will experience will be similar in relevant senses to the ones that we experience here on Earth, like say human beings or other types of animals. And so they might be incommensurable in some respects. And therefore it's very hard to sort of like make value assumptions about them. So I guess when you say that, you refer to the phenomenology of these experiences, right? I guess so the only assumption that we are making is that they will experience some form of pain. So the other type of experiences, we haven't thought a lot more about. Or is your question that those experiences might somehow, if they happen to be like intrinsically valuable in some respect, they might detract from the badness of the pain that they might experience or something like that?
Yes, that was like we're gonna do our calculus at this time to talk about these acceptability of various things happening on this transforming case. It seems we would have to have some justification that hey, they're gonna have a certain range of possible pain and experiences. And we'd have to have some guess or make some assumption about the range of those kind of experiences, such that we could say that this is potentially catch up. Then you might.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that this is a problem that we're dealing with even on Earth, right? So there's so many assumptions that we are making. Well, there's people working on this at the moment, right? So lots of projects going on this at the moment. Welfare estimations. But yeah, I agree. It would be a lot more complicated, a lot more uncertainty, and perhaps even things, I mean, going back to the talk, Joe's talk yesterday, lots of experiences that we might actually be conceptually unaware of, given the conditions there. Again, so the argument, so we're not necessarily concerned with the other types of experiences and whether, if they are, valuable in some respects, they might detract from pain experiences or like the badness of the pain experiences. We're just focusing on pain, like the possibility that they will experience some type of pain. But yeah, I mean, point taken.
Next is Adam.
Yeah, I'm pretty much. Okay. Yeah, thanks very much for introducing the topic. I sort of relatively minor point I think. So you have three life hypotheses at the beginning. No life hypothesis, life without sentient. Final one. So this is not anything I work on, but I do know there are some views in philosophy of cognitive science according to which second hypothesis is happy the case. Right? So you do get
So the life with no sentience.
yes, there are so you people like kind of Thompson. I guess not say anything that's living is there by design.
Right.
I was just wondering how that might affect the we think about this sort of issue.
Can you tell me just a little bit more about the view? I feel like, I don't know if I'm sympathetic to that type of view, like standing sentence to everything that is living.
I mean, you'll see what I'm talking about later, 5%. I don't
Oh, I see.
all. But even when I read this stuff, I found it
Yeah.
extremely okay. But Evan Thompson seems to be a guy book called Planet Planet. I think the general idea, for whatever reasons, he thinks just to be alive is to be sentient. There's no non-sentient life. And that might if that were true, that might affect you. So it's just curious.
Yeah. So I don't think, okay, so at least the way I think about sentience might just be very different from the way they think about it. It might just be that we're using different definitions of what sentience is. If they were using my definition, I think I would not agree with that type of conclusion. So I can think of like several forms of life, bacteria, plants, so on and so forth, that I would not want to attribute sentience in like, well, capacity for experiencing pleasurable or like bad, yeah, pleasurable or bad experiences to plants or to bacteria in any form. What is the definition that they use then?
It could very easily be the case on this round view, but I think it's like minimal experience sort of thing. So it's not about safety, it's around the strong.
No.
Yeah.
Hmm?
There's an extremely dense 500-page book you can read.
Yeah. I mean, that might make things even worse in this scenario. So that would be the conclusion. But again, I'm kind of like, even if that would sort of like make the risk stronger and therefore the paper stronger, I think I would be tempted to disagree with that type of view. But thank you for the point. We will consider it and we might deal with it in the paper, but I will need to read more about what they exactly mean by
It is very
sent. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, next is Joe.
I guess I want to ask you just about the curse model.
Yeah.
Because I suppose I don't have one or the other. But what struck me is sort of odd about this idea is, do we think that there are just intrinsic features of life, planets that life that evolves on a planet nevertheless always happen at that time? Because it's like the life that evolved on Earth sort of future to life on Earth. There is suffering amongst animals.
Some features.
Yeah, sure, and life has changed here.
Yeah.
But do you think that there are forms of life on Earth that have hellish time virtue of being alive? Because I suppose the way that I naively think of it is we've sort of adapted to the features of Earth, so things that are on Earth interact with its atmosphere in a way that uses that atmosphere. Very odd version of the way.
Yeah, no, I think I
So
understand.
if it evolves on Mars, why wouldn't we expect it to be well suited to life
Yeah.
on Mars?
Yeah. So I said that during the presentation, right? So some way you might disagree. You might think like, if life evolves there, it will evolve with the specific features that will be needed for it to survive, at least for some time in that planet. But surviving is not the same as having a good time, right? Or having a good life, right? So that's why I refer to it as curse. So we might have life. Let me just say something else. I think that some species, when we think about Earth, are better adapted to not just Earth in general, but their specific environment, right? If that is the case, I think we can just make the same assumption in other planets, right? But some species might be better adapted to deal with their environment there as well than others. So that's what I had in mind. But I do agree that the intuition is very strong that if life happens to evolve there, so it's like it's so sophisticated that it can thrive for some time or like prolong its duration for some time, then it might actually have some of those features that are necessary to survive. But the question is how many of those are in that specific type or form of life, and how many more would be needed for it to be like a good life or something like that. I also refer to them again. This is probably not the right terminology, but it's very difficult to think about these things as like disabled in some sense, right? So as I said at the beginning, there's ways in which radiation or these forms of life could avoid some of the radiation that they'll be exposed to, but they might not be able to avoid it fully. So then the question is, would they sort of like evolve around it, like skip that problem, or would that problem be embedded in their DNA, but in a bad way or not in a not good way? I had a recent conversation with a geneticist from Karolinska about this too, and he seemed to be sympathetic. So he works on cancer and DNA and cancer detection, and he seemed to be also sympathetic to the idea that they might actually be cursed in some of those words might be cursed, but of course a conversation is not enough to prove a point. It's very speculative, but I agree. There's that word there.
I have a figure on this, but I just want everyone to know how selfless I am. So Kareem is next.
I just wanted to answer to respond to so one of the arguments that we sent for why would be that the sentience or the constitutes is being critical. First of all, we're talking about Earth life, and not only bacteria but also animals. For example, a human body has a lot of like mites, and they don't make that kind of nasty stuff. So we're bringing animals with are not sentient themselves, but that are close enough to the creatures that evolved sentience. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that another we've seen instances of convergent evolution with regards to sentience, and Julia mentioned it too here, that for example, birch and browning and LC have talked about this octopus developing having sentience. If that's the case, then they develop it on their own. Their horses. Some people even talk about octopus, some octopus having sentience, maybe lobsters. And if that's the case, then they probably evolve independently from mammalian and birds.
I mean, to some extent, I guess your point would still hold, which is like, would it be the same type of sentience, or like the phenomenology of those experiences? Could we say that they are the same? That's a complicated question, but as I said before, that's a question that we still have to solve when it comes to experiences of beings on Earth, right? How much or how similar can we say that the experience of a human are compared to, I don't know, the experience of an insect, for example. So yeah. Thanks.
So thank you.
Thank you. This is my question is about just curious about what's your general anticipation of the framework for problems that you are addressing, assuming that with these issues where that you should make decisions, which would be general kind of decision framework. We'll see there's, but there are different kind of possible scenario of the outcomes, and some of it's being made good outcomes, and some of it's being bad outcomes, and some of it's really bad. But then I think one of the problems here is that we don't have, we are in extreme uncertainty that are online, like different scenarios with outcomes that occur. And that makes kind of not for a exact solution that's not taxation, competition, but Alternatively, like, put I thought like that's nice. Just like kind of the fastest scenario and then choose the one possible option to actually like bring around best, maximum, right, the best, maximal outcome, or we could do like maximum, like have the worst scenario and then see which option actually, which option is good. Of course, this is worst outcomes. Alternatively, like, cultural principles.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly what are like those, risk, factor, but we know there's some, so it's cultural. But on the other hand, that also could have, like, we could possibly have a very good outcomes, like, when Earth, is destroyed, we have, Mars or other planets, possibly for human beings to immigrate and to continue to survive. That will outcome, but still we don't know how likely it is. Caution principles on if you apply caution principle, something also might become suicide because we don't know how likely those was outcome for people also we don't know how likely the best outcome will be. So seems to me it's like this issue of what general the decision making framework that will be one way to adopt here to address the situation.
Thank you. That was a really good point. Okay, so there's several things I could say about that. So the first one is that perhaps that does not belong to this paper, and perhaps what may have made you think that that should be here is that I did propose like some ways of dealing with it without specifying specific decision-making procedure for them. So definitely. But I think that this paper should instead be a paper that just raises this as a problem without necessarily getting into how to deal with it, right? And then there might be a separate paper where we should address this type of problems. I am not a decision making expert, and so I haven't thought about this sufficiently enough to give you an answer about which of these procedures would be best suited to deal with the problem. But I'll be happy to talk or hear more from you. You have something to say?
Just very quickly, so. Yeah, so yeah, we have. I've been thinking a little bit about it, but I think that my best answer to would be that the kind of point that sees back option right. So there's nothing that so we don't need to go to Mars right now, right? That there's no need to go. So if we delay that with a couple of decades, no more.
If I had just a thing on this, I'll just speak a lot. So I think just to also add to what Faye said, there is also growing literature on whether the rationality is permissive under risk when you are taking decisions on behalf of others. Because there is an additional possible problem that you could say right. Whatever you want, perhaps if the decisions just involve you, whereas you might be morally right, perhaps to be risk averse when it comes to the possibility of imposing some of the risks, the risks of creating sentient beings that will experience great forms of suffering. So they may be risk averse. Because you are taking a decision on behalf of someone else.
Yeah, and yeah, who they don't exist yet in a way, like previous or their predecessors, so to speak, do exist. We're bringing them with us, but they don't even exist. It makes it even more complicated. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, thanks.
Adam,
Great, thanks for the talk. Yeah, so I'm also not an expert on this subject. But I guess I found a little puzzling in this. Like I see the concern, obviously, if people send life off into space and it'll suffer. But I guess it seems to me that that's in a little bit of tension with, I guess, our views about life on Earth. Like, I don't think it's a formal contradiction here, but it's a little, like, it seems to me that on net, life on Earth is good.
Sorry, say again, that's,
What was that?
sorry, what was the last?
It seems to me that on net, life on Earth is a good thing. I mean, there's lots of suffering, or whatever, but if you like gave me a button to destroy all life on Earth, I wouldn't press it. Right? But then why should we think that if there's life on Mars or life on some other planet, it's gonna be way worse than the life on Earth? Like, I guess my kind of prior would probably be not as good as life on Earth. Life on Earth is pretty good, created us. So.
So that was, I think maybe I wasn't clear enough, but I did not assume that. So I said that that might be one possibility, but it might just be that the life we end up having there is like the life on Earth, right? So we have beings with net positive lives and beings with net negative lives. So that was, yeah, I did not assume that it would be only bad. I don't know if was that the question?
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm just saying that, like, it seems to me that that's. In the absence of further evidence that, like, life on other planets would be way worse than that, I guess I don't see that there's a really difficult problem. Like, the framing of the issue around is a big risk of, like, oh, what if life gets on a spaceship and gets out and contaminates the planet? Like, if our prior is that it'll probably be fine, because it'll just be like life on Earth.
It could be like life on Earth. It could be worse. It could be better. I'm just saying that there's different scenarios here that I guess we haven't thought about enough. There's some chance it might be worse. Again, if we think about the conditions on Mars, think about radiation, think about like scarcity, like energy, all those conditions might actually lead. So this goes back to the discussion that Joanna just had when he raised his point. Those might be conditions like pointing in the direction of lives that would actually be worse than the lives on Earth.
Right.
But again, I didn't assume that was be the case. That was just one possibility.
Okay.
Next is Takuya.
Thank you for your vote. So I'm not so sure about the reason why this micro bars is mainly for understanding of what happens there. So micro lemons or how micro has micro can be affected by the environment. For bar was something like that. For short term period. But as you mentioned, there are a lot of long-term risks of doing that, like there are risks or like that. So it seems to me that the point is the possible conflict between short-term value of scientific knowledge.
Sorry, the short-term value.
Value of scientific knowledge or scientific understanding and long-term risks. Like the risks and that. My question is like, how much do you value on scientific understanding or scientific knowledge itself? Perhaps they do not contribute to our welfare or our well-being, but still, some scientists think that having a knowledge, having scientific understanding itself is valuable. I just want to know your opinion about
Okay.
the increased value of scientific knowledge.
So let me see if I understood the question correctly. Is your question that, well, so one of the main reasons for pairing this type of trips is the knowledge, scientific knowledge that we would get out of them. And that would be presumably just not knowledge about how other planets work or function or what could happen in them. full stop, leaving it there, but also knowledge that could be applied. We're back on Earth, that would be relevant for life on Earth. That was your point. And so that we should weight the value of that. What would be my weighing, right? So the value of that against the long-term consequences that I referred to in my talk from this scenario. That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, so I think that these trips will not be happening just because of the value of like scientific knowledge, right? They might happen for other reasons, commercial reasons, economic reasons, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I haven't thought much about it. It is true, and so there's definitely a lot of knowledge that we could achieve from these type of trips, but I would have to think more about how, so if it's just like knowledge in general, knowledge that is, instrumentally useful, for life on Earth, that would make it even, more important or more valuable than just like knowledge in general. Although I think that there's intrinsic value in knowledge. Having said that, okay, that was a good question. I don't know. I don't think I would like try to do like the weighing right now. But yeah, that's good. That's a good point. I'll definitely think more about it.
Any last question? Take our speaker.
Coffee is downstairs, so you can make it quick. If we go there and come back, please. Yeah, I think.
You had a follow-up, right?
Oh, yeah.
We can talk about it
Yeah,
during
yeah.
lunch.
High
Sorry.
five.
That's
great. I just wonder.
Yeah.
Could there be less life?
Less life.
Less life.
Blessed life.
A planet where the conditions are so good. It's actually good. Yeah, living on.
I guess that again, that goes back to whether there's like certain features that are like, or certain conditions that are necessary for specific
Yeah.
features of life.
Because when you were talking about
Let me just.
Do you want to use the USB to put it in there? Or would you?
Yeah. No.
Sure. I'll put
Yeah.
it first and I'll put yours.
Let me just get so that Julia has so much. Or just something.
Yeah, so he's out.
Well. Like when I see like your kind of possible estimation.
Yeah.
Some estimation is like this compliance.
Right, yeah, that's, I was gonna, but I didn't want to risk. I didn't want to say something. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Like the same,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Horrifying things about the I feel right. Yeah, like a lot of good things that actually, a lot of the good things that, I mean, I think that there are discontinuities between good and good, bad and bad.
So here's.
Thank you.
This one?
Yes.
So what we would do is I can go to that one. That's wrong, which is not. So that's how it works. And let's see, does it work? Yeah, it worked this time. It didn't work for me. It didn't work for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why. So you can press it back and forth, and yeah, and that's the mouse key if you want to use it.
Oh,
In case if you so yeah, you can try it.
Yeah, I might try it. In case, I need to
And that
scroll.
might is working, so you can always speak into it. But I've turned on the there's a ceiling mic. That's the
Oh.
ceiling mic. So if you really want to, you can shout towards it. But you can use that one first.
Nice. Okay.
And the Zoom people can see this screen, but they
Yeah.
can't see this. They will only see this one. And that's the camera, just beneath the screen there. So apparently it has auto tracking, so it will track whatever you walk. So if you walk all the way there, it should work.
Okay.
If it doesn't, I will let you know because I'm on Zoom on there as well, so I can see what you can see.
Nice. Thank you.
All right, just let me know if you have any other issues.
No, this is slow, but just checking that. Yeah, I'll just scroll like this to some. All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's how people see it on Zoom as well. It's looking at. That's something that is. She's speaking. Almost. If you want to, you can always change here, but for now I'll just leave on teaching mode. So this one is focus on you. Because apparently on when they were discussing the last time, I couldn't hear that much from them, even they spoke into the microphone, so I don't know why. So at least it worked out. No worries. Try to this now because I got office.
Yes.
That's I'm gonna try out.
Okay.
Do you want a mouse or do you need a mouse to press this?
30 minutes or okay. So I gave you like slides, to show that the slide is that. That's what I think it's done, or it's okay if it's done like a few minutes.
I think my words that I might be sure.
Yeah, I was just putting this in case I don't lose it.
Thank you. Sorry, is there any water?
Water. I've got some student helpers to get boiled water, but if you want to, you can go get a paper cup from the coffee, and then there's a water machine just down the corridor.
Oh, maybe there's no.
Is it there's water now? Okay.
I'm registered.
Yeah, go on.
I will.
That would not be so risky.
Right.
I think it's much more risky when you kill humans because we care about humans. We don't want them to die.
Yeah.
Right. And then we can, so that means our priority for human mission will always be the safety of the crew.
I see.
And secondarily, biocontamination. But if we just send the bacteria,
then we can have like a self-destruct mechanism.
Yeah.
If there's a breach, for example,
I see.
or something breaks in the glass, we say, let's flood it with radiation or with boiling water or whatever.
Got it.
Yeah. So in that sense, I think that, yeah.
No, I see.
humans
No, I
is-
see.
makes it more-
So for the scientific, only for scientific understanding, we don't have to send human beings to be there with some other stuff.
Yeah.
So, but, yeah.
And then we to remote the control.
Right.
And then we'll have
We can have a way to. Kind of, make
I think there's a lot of room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, everyone, shall we start? So let me introduce our speaker, Julia Ender. She just finished his master thesis, and now she works as a research assistant in the Mimir. And she's going to present the topic on climate, conflict, and the democratic decline. Let's join me to welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm very pleased to be here to be able to present at this conference. So thank you for that. I'm not in philosophy. I'm in political science, and so this will be an empirical presentation. So bit different from what we've had so far, but I hope you enjoy it still. So yeah, this was actually my master thesis that I'm presenting to you, and I presented it at Stockholm University about 2 weeks ago. So this is sort of the maiden voyage. And it's called Climate Conflict and Democratic Decline, a mixed methods analysis of the impact of climate change and democracy. Let's see. George. No. Yeah, it was working a minute ago. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so as you all know, climate change already causes very serious consequences around the world. So here are some recent reportings about that. Extreme weather events, diseases. Here's Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, talking about rising temperatures. Here are some key takeaways from the latest IPCC assessment report. So human-caused climate change is already affecting many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. Global greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 make it likely that warming will exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius during the 21st century and make it harder to limit warming below 2 degrees Celsius. And climatic and non-climatic risks will increasingly interact, creating compound and cascading risks that are more complex and difficult to manage. And so, yeah, this last point is very interesting, I think. So it indicates that climate change will have increasingly complex and intense consequences, which, interact with other risks. And these include our social and political systems. And so this is a very important subject for social scientists. And so what my study focused on was the effects of climate change on democracy. And another way to look at it is that, in political science or in democracy studies, there's a pretty widespread agreement at this point that democracy around the world is currently in decline. And yeah, here's Antonio Guterres again, talking about an epidemic of coups. Crisis of African democracy. There's been a wave of military coups in Western Africa and Central Africa. And here are some democratic experts calling it a third wave of autocratization. And autocratization means, you know, democratic decline, or the opposite of democratization, which is perhaps a more wide known concept. And so, you know, another way to think of it is, or another interesting question is, you know, are these two current phenomena related in some sense? Is climate change a causal factor in this process, autocratization? Is it driving it perhaps in some sense? Yeah, so so that was my main research question for this project, was how can climate change affect democracy? Which is a pretty big question, I know, but I will limit it as I go along. And by democracy, I mean electoral democracy, which means the extent to which a political system is responsive to its citizens. So this is one form of democratic ideal. There are others, you know, there's liberal democracy, participatory democracy, deliberative democracy. But electoral democracy is sort of the main idea, you know, the core of all democratic ideals. You know, the will of the people, the rule of the demos. And electoral democracy is made up of these institutional guarantees that you see here. And they're based on the conceptualization by Robert Dahl, which is a famous political scientist. And so the institutional guarantees are elected officials, free and fair elections, associational autonomy, freedom of expression and alternative sources of information, inclusive citizenships. Yeah. And so I also view democracy as a continuous scale rather than a binary concept. You know, in a binary view, you would say that a country can be either a democracy or an autocracy. But in this view, countries can be more democratic or more autocratic. So these institutional guarantees can be fulfilled to varying extents. And democratization means the increased fulfillment, you know, more democracy, and autocratization means reduced fulfillment. And since this is a fairly undeveloped area within research, I decided to try a mixed methodology in the form of a nested analysis. And so this means that you sort of, you make a statistical analysis to test a hypothesized relationship. And then out of that, you choose a case, which is usually a likely case of the relationship. And you do a formal qualitative case study. And I decided to do a process tracing method to sort of, you know, assess the potential causal mechanism of a typical case. And so, yeah, let me start with the quantitative or the statistical analysis. So what I did was what is called a two-way fixed effects regression model. And I also did a regular regression model just for comparison. And the question that I wanted to answer with this part of the thesis was, is there a general relationship between climate change and democracy? And for this, I used data on annual average temperature from the Quality of Governance Institute as a proxy for climate change. And the democracy data is the Electoral Democracy Index, which is compiled by the VDEM Institute. This is also called the Polyarchy Index. And this created a data set of 170 current and historical countries. And I should say something about what a two-way fixed effects model is, perhaps. So it's a form of regression model that controls for a country and time specific effects. So what that means is that it firstly eliminates all variation between countries that remains constant over time, but varies between countries. So that means, like, you know, geographical conditions, historical events, things that do not, you know, they're different between countries, but within countries they remain the same. And it also eliminates all variation that is constant across countries, but varies over time. So something could be, you know, like a pandemic is a very recent example, or economic recessions that are global in some sense. So yeah, here are the results of this first analysis. So on the left here, you have the regular regression. And on the right, you have the two-way fixed effects model. And they have a pretty similar coefficient there, minus 0.014 and minus 0.013. So what does this mean? So this is what the two-way fixed effects model shows. It's that for each 1 degree Celsius increase in annual average temperature, we should expect to see a decrease in the degree of democracy by the electoral democracy index by 0.013 units in a given country. And this is this represents a 3% reduction relative to the mean. And so, you know, this is a pretty interesting finding, I think, because if we compare it to the regular regression, which do not like control for these different variables, the regular regression doesn't really show anything new. It's pretty known that countries that are, you know, warmer, that are closer to the equator are generally less democratic. But what the two-way fixed effects model shows is that this correlation is pretty similar and holds true within countries. So that's essentially what it means, that within a country, we can see a correlation between warmer temperatures and lower levels of democracy. But, you know, this form of regression is pretty simple. It doesn't say anything about causation. So this is merely a correlation. You could maybe argue that, you know, temperature should be quite exogenous in this form model. It shouldn't be affected by democracy. So, but, you know, we can't really conclude anything from this. So to sort of delve into this question of what could be driving this relationship, I performed this qualitative analysis. And the case I chose was the 2020 military coup in Mali. And yeah, I decided to do a process tracing of using only secondary material. So it was basically some sort of review of existing research and also non-peer reviewed literature. So, you know, reports, fact sheets, policy briefs, etc. And the reason for choosing this, you know, Mali particularly, is that it represents a pretty likely case. Here you see both of these are between 1960 and 2022, I think. So you have temperature, annual average temperature on the left. It's been a steady rise since 1960. And here you also have the Electoral Democracy Index on the right. So, yeah, there was a quite sudden case of democratization in the early 90s, and then it's been going a bit up and down, and then there's been a quite severe reduction. So this would be a form of typical case, you know, there's been a severe autocratization episode, and Mali is also highly vulnerable to climate change, one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. And another thing about Mali is that it's been suffering under a very serious conflict since 2012. And there's a debate in the literature on whether this conflict could be possibly driven by climate change. And so that led me to my hypothesized mechanism, which is that climate change can undermine democracy by exacerbating violent conflicts. And so here is a hopefully very clear and simple model of my hypothesis. And the thought of doing a qualitative case study is to sort of delineate what's behind these arrows, right? And process tracing is a very suitable method for this. It's specifically made to identify causal mechanisms and causal relationships. Yeah, I can actually, my notes seem to have disappeared, so I'll just put them up in my other computer. Yeah, so first, a brief background on Mali. I will try to keep it very short and relevant to the study. And so Mali was a French colony until the late 1950s, and then became an independent state in 1960. You can hopefully see in the tiny map there where it's located. So it's right on the border of the Sahel region, which is the southern border of the Sahara Desert. So it spans from the Atlantic Sea to Sudan. And Mali democratized in 1992, which was also actually following a military coup. There's been several military coups in Mali. And Mali is also the home of many different ethnic groups, and these are also linked to occupation in quite a large extent. So there are groups like the Dogon, Songhai, Bambara, which are predominantly sedentary farmers. And then there are groups like the Fulani and the Tuareg, who are more commonly nomadic pastoralists. And Malian statehood has been, to a large extent, built on these different ethnic divides, and in some sense has exacerbated them. And so statehood has been formulated based on southern identities to a larger extent. And there's also been a state focus on agricultural expansion at the expense of grazing lands and, you know, the incomes of pastoralists. And so the Tuareg, who mainly inhabit the Sahara Desert and are pastoralists, they've led several insurgencies against the Malian state. Usually, you know, fighting for increased autonomy and economic development in the north, but more recently, complete independence has been the subject of the insurgencies. And so just a very brief timeline of interest. In 2012, there was another insurgency by Tuareg separatists. And they sort of banded together with these different jihadist groups to, yeah, I don't really have time to go into details about the different groups, but it was a very successful insurgency. They basically took over like the northern half of Mali, which is a huge part, like a huge territory. And this, of course, had enormous consequences for Mali. So, first of all, the same year, this led to a military coup. So this was like some junior officers who were quite disgruntled about the handling of the conflict by the army and the government. So they sort of led an improvised coup, which deposed the president. It was also right before, just a few months or a few weeks before the next election, where the current president's term would be up. So that was quite interesting. But after some international pressure, there was another election, and Ibrahim Boubacar Keita, which is the gentleman here, was elected. He's commonly known as IBK. And so, furthermore, this conflict is still ongoing. It's very serious. So after a few months, the jihadist group sort of took over and pushed out the Tuareg separatists. So they're the ones who have been leading the insurgency since then. And the jihadists are, you see there, they're made up of several different groups. They have links to Al-Qaeda, they have links to Islamic State. There's been several international security forces deployed, mainly French operations. There's also a UN peacekeeping force, MINUSMA, a regional force called the G5 Sahel, which is a collaboration between Mali and other Sahelian countries. Of course, the Malian army, and there's also been an upsurge in local defense militias who are fighting the jihadists. So, just a huge, huge amount of violence. And then in 2020, protests broke out in Bamako, which is the capital, over disputed parliamentary election results. And these protests went on for several months, and they were demanding the resignation of the president, Keita, or IBK. And he responded at first with very harsh crackdowns, and a lot of protesters, some of them actually died, which was quite horrible. And then it started to make concessions, but they were still demanding his resignation. So finally, there was another military coup. And this time it was not junior officers, it was middle and senior officers, and it was very, very well planned and everything. So they arrested Keita, and eventually they instated a civilian government, but then in 2021, they performed another coup and the junta took over the government. So yeah, Mali still remains very, very autocratic and ruled by a military junta. Okay, so what I wanted to find out here was to what extent did climate change influence this change of that, right? So I reviewed 33 publications, that concern this area, this time period, and specifically these subjects, climate change and conflict and the 2020 military coup. Yeah, so climate change in Mali has led to rising temperatures, increased rainfall and rainfall variability, meaning that, rainfall is becoming more erratic and concentrated in time. It's also often said that Mali and the Sahel region is undergoing desertification. This is quite common. Commonly repeated by journalists, by policymakers and such. But the thing is that research actually shows that there's been a reversal of this process in the last decade. So right now they're talking about a regreening of the Sahel. And but this is a very, you know, some call it a myth or a, you know, narrative. It's pretty hard to kill, but this reversal is probably due to the recovery of rainfall that the Sahel has seen since the 1980s or something. Yeah, so starting by talking about the link between climate and conflict, I could discern two potential mechanisms in the material. And the first one is called the resource scarcity mechanism, which you can see top left there. So yeah, that basically says that climate change causes resource depletion, which in turn causes conflict over these resources, right? This is perhaps pretty logical. Maybe the first thing you think of that climate change does. And these conflicts can either like escalate into violence or they create a vulnerability among the population, which means that they are more easily recruited into non-state armed groups. And this mechanism is quite debated in the material actually, because you know it's maybe the most, as I said, maybe the most common hypothesized mechanism, but there's also a lot of criticism about it. First of all, that it's not clear that climate change has led to resource depletion in the area as of yet, you know. Especially agricultural yields have increased in Mali in the last few years or decades. And it's neither is it clear that even if there was increased resource scarcity, it's not clear that it would necessarily lead to conflicts, because there's a lot of previous research that have shown that decreased resources can actually lead to more cooperation. So that's the main criticism of that mechanism. And the other mechanism I chose to call the social organization mechanism. And this mechanism is a little less straightforward. So rather than just exacerbating resources, climate change disrupts weather patterns that affect social organization. And so Mali's production system is very, it's based on rotation. It's very delicately balanced, where different groups, farmers, herders, thank you, farmers and herders and fishermen and other groups share the same resources during different times of the year. And so when expected weather patterns change, this can, you know, cause a disturbance to this balance, which leads to conflict. Especially if it affects different groups differently. And so this is often, you know, heavily dependent on previous political factors. So herders have been particularly marginalized in Mali, where their grazing lands have been shrinking because of agricultural expansion. And in this context, climate change consequences affect them more harshly. And again, this mechanism works the same way. It increases armed conflict either by just like regular conflict escalating into violence, or by creating vulnerability that can be exploited. And so just like a general assessment of those findings is that there are clear indications that both of these mechanisms are at play. Especially actually the resource mechanism, which has received a lot of criticism, but you know, there are studies that indicate that this is happening. And the social organization mechanism is a bit newer, and it's a lot harder to measure. So it's not, based on this finding, it's not possible to establish the extent to which climate change has actually affected this conflict, or if it has in any meaningful way. And so turning now to the link between armed conflict and the military coup, it's a bit different. So there's basically a consensus that the conflict has played an enormously important part in paving the way for the 2020 coup. So first of all, the conflict was an important, the conflict has first of all increased state absence, especially in rural areas. And this non-state armed groups have been able to take advantage of this absence by providing state-like services and security to civilians. And this is a pretty big problem for legitimacy. And secondly, the conflict was also like an important reason for the protests that led up to the coup. So this represents perhaps more of a direct link. The conflict has also had negative economic effects, both for individual, livelihood security, but also the economy at large. So that is also a problem for legitimacy. And it has also affected military agency in two important respects. So first of all, the military interests, because there's been an increased resentment and frustration among the military that the government was mismanaging the conflict. And at the same time, popular perception of the military as an agent of stability and governance actually increased during this time. So both of those processes affect the scope of possible action for the military. And there was also a general discontent with the performance of international actors and foreign interventions, especially the French forces, which reflected badly on the government. Yeah, so finally, some tentative findings that we can draw, some conclusions we can draw from this. Is that first of all, the climate change interacts with existing structural weaknesses, right? In the case of Mali, these are tied to colonial and post-colonial legacies such as poverty, economic dependency, institutional fragility, corruption. Mali's had a huge problem with corruption, predatory rule, lack of social cohesion, And the resource mechanism plays out in basically a precarious economic context. And the social organization mechanism comes into play in a delicately balanced patterns of resource use and predatory land policies and inequality, of course, and marginalization. The effect of climate change on conflict can create and/or exacerbate legitimacy problems for the democratic regime. Another important finding. And violence can act as a stressor to democratic systems. But the trigger, in this case at least, was not either climate change or conflict. The conflict had gone on for several years. It was political incidents that triggered the coup. And so these findings sort of go together with the view of climate change as a threat multiplier, right? So rather than emerging as a clear and direct cause of democratic decline, climate change can interact with existing contextual, structural, political, and social vulnerabilities through numerous pathways and negatively affects democratic stability, increases the risk of autocratization. And so the consequences of climate change for democracy can be more than the sum of its parts. So yeah, thank you.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. All right, so you identify this correlation between lowering democracy and climate change. And you explore the possible causal explanation in the direction from climate change to lowering democracy. So just wondering, a matter of curiosity, if you give some thought or done research on causal explanation in the other direction, going from lowering democracy to heightening climate change. Because I mean, prima facie, you might think there's plausibly a connection there, but you've got lots of political change happening, lots of instability, which means people, governments start making good decisions about climate change. You've got a growing divide between autocratic states and democratic states. Global cooperation on climate change is going down, things like that. So I don't know what you think about the opposite causal chain.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I haven't done anything on it myself. I think my reasoning for this is that causal pathway is very possible and a lot of people are writing about it. I don't know, I think maybe it would be hard to see something, that causal relationship in the other direction that affects the specific country, you know, because climate change is sort of indiscriminate. And I guess there can be specific, but you know, our emissions go into the atmosphere and they affect everyone to varying extents, but it's not specific to the country that has caused the emissions. But I definitely think that that relationship is possible, might even be probable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relationship you probably wouldn't notice if you studied individual countries.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so now, thank you for interesting talk. So my question is about the polyglot index. You mentioned this on the weekend.
Yeah.
And you want going back to your regression model?
Yeah, sure. See. There, right?
Yeah. So are you saying for each 1 degree Celsius increase in annual average temperature, decreases in degree electoral velocity will get by 1.3%. So my question, so I don't know much about this, so it might be a question. So I grant that temperature is a quantity-based scale. I can talk about Celsius and equal limits temperature. My question is about the electoral velocity. How is that defined? Is that defined as a quantity or as a ordinal quantity? Because my question would be, if it is a quantity, then how we can talk about equal increments quantity for democracy. Whereas in the case of temperature, we can't. Right? You see the difference between 3 and 4 Celsius, 1 Celsius. It's the same as 6 to 7. But in this case, with the electoral democracy, it's not clear.
No, right. I should have specified that it is an ordinal scale between 0 and 1. Is that the correct thing? Yeah, it takes on a measure between 0 and 1. So that's ordinal, right?
I'm sorry, when I said ordinal, I meant in terms of strict order for a second.
Oh yeah.
In terms of without having, so I mean,
oh yeah, sorry, yeah. I took statistics like very long ago, so I'm not very good at this. But it takes on a measure between 0 and 1. It's a rates use scale. Thank you. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, I just wonder about the justification for why it would be admissible to that kind of measurable temperature in a way that we can actually talk about increase in that way.
Yeah, I mean,
if you don't know the answer, it's okay. I'm just curious.
I guess that's the point of the sort of interpretation at the bottom is the way of sort of making sense of the difference or the change. But maybe, maybe that's not your question.
So maybe I'll try one. So if I'm going to correlate my height to my weight, both height and weight of things I can talk about equal improvements increase by some unit. So I'm just curious about the electoral democracy. If I'm going to talk about it in these units, how can I talk about units that have equal units in a way that I can talk about 0.01?
Yeah.
I mean, my understanding of the index is that they constructed it in a way that, you know, they have, like, lots of variables and those are stored, and then those codes are kind of equalized, so.
Yeah.
You gain 1 point by, or lose 1 point by censoring the press, and that is kind of the equivalent of the Muslim, I think, I don't know. It's kind of normalized. So then
Yeah.
you can make a comparison, like maybe one country is has freer press than another, but less free opposition, and then you can say that they're equally effective person. I mean, and it's like not, that's kind of a.
Yeah, it's a very complicated variable. They do this sort of weighted measure, I think, in 2 different ways, but I'm not an expert in that, unfortunately.
No, it's nice.
It's not.
That's very interesting. So my question is also on the quantitative analysis. I, because it's always on 170 countries, so I'm just wondering if there's any outliers in your analysis where one country just performed completely different. Okay.
I don't know, actually, I don't know that, sorry.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, that was just super interesting. So I want to ask you this, that like maybe other questions. Sure, I can answer, but you were telling us about these 2 groups in the whole thing, right? We can begin with the Tories and then there's other groups. And so I started wondering about whether there are features of these groups that mean that they were maybe more affected by certain perhaps climate change to kind of fill out some of the story.
Yeah.
So I was trying to imagine some good parts, they're people, they're pastoral. So I guess you can fill in some of like.
Yeah.
I don't know how to put it in, but I can maybe say something about whether these changes of the temperature are particularly affected there.
Yeah.
Life. But then, if that's true. But then, like, what about the jihadists? Who are they? Are they from particular regions? On the same kind of story for them?
Yeah, it's different with different groups. So, and it's also a bit difficult to talk about because there's also a lot of like, for instance, some of these groups have recruited very heavily among the Tuareg and the Fulani, which are pastoralists. So they cater to sort of pastoralist problems, pastoralist needs. But this has also meant that there's a lot of discrimination against these groups for like being subjected to like violence and other forms of discrimination from the army and from local militias that have you know, that have sort of that are based on the idea that they are, you know, that they are jihadists, you know, as a group. So, but this, I think it's from, if I remember correctly, these groups are sort of made up generally of members from different countries of this region, including Mali, but there are also like Burkina Faso, Niger, you know, other close countries, and Algeria also. But it's very different for different groups, I would say. No. So yeah, the conflict actually spans over several countries, and Mali was an epicenter of the conflict in 2016. I think some argue that recently Burkina Faso is actually where most of it happens nowadays. But yeah, so no, it's a problem for many of these countries, especially Burkina Faso and Niger are pretty heavily affected besides Mali.
Okay, so that begs my question. I guess. Since I was imagining that maybe one group just from the kids region, say what's going on in the kids region for climate change.
Yeah. I mean, one region that is very heavily affected recently is the Mopti region, which is here in sort of the narrow waist of the map. That is home to many different groups, but there are a lot of Fulani people living there, and they are, as I said, mainly pastoralists. And, they've been affected very harshly by these political policies, and then climate change comes in and sort of exacerbates this by changing the weather patterns and everything, and decreasing water levels in the Niger River, which passes through here. It's quite a lot of economic, agricultural, and pastoral activity there. So, yeah, that's been an epicenter of much of the conflict.
So thanks a lot. Very interesting. We'll talk a bit about this. So I had a question. Well, actually, maybe first, could you say a bit more about the resource scarcity mechanism and why you think it's unclear if it plays any role in this situation? Because I suppose it's possible that the total amount of resources can increase, but some groups have reduced resources.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that agricultural yields went up. Do we know anything about how the others situation changed by that mention? I have another question to just with some help here. I looked at one mechanism that sometimes in this context is economic stagnation or recession, and that could be brought about by yields or natural disasters and so on, and that is actually similar. So can you look at it again?
To answer your second question first, I haven't really spent too much focus on it. Like, from my understanding, it's gone pretty well because of this. They're very agriculturally dependent, and because of increased efficiency and different forms of agricultural, methods. The overall economy, I don't think has gone pretty well, but I'm not actually sure about that. So maybe if someone else knows me. About your first question, it was about if climate change has affected pastoralists' resources.
Yeah, the resource scarcity.
Resource scarcity. Yeah, I mean, there are many, there are several different studies that look at this. The thing is that it's so difficult to draw a conclusion about what comes from, because the main driver of let me say it like this. So pastoralist resources in the form of access to grazing areas and water has decreased significantly, continuously throughout the history of Mali. And the main driver of this is agricultural expansion, but there are also other factors that are identified, such as during democratization, there was this sort of power vacuum, and people took advantage of that to make land grabbing decisions, and there are also other very political factors. So that's the thing, that it's quite hard to estimate the effect of climate change specifically on this. But so they just had reduced access to all these resources. But there are also, one study that I looked at was interviewing MINUSMA peacekeeping officers, and several of them testified that there was a clear relationship between recruitment into jihadist and other non-state armed group organizations during, times of drought and decreased harvests and stuff like that. So many of them testified that they could see that many parents sent their children to become soldiers in exchange for salaries and stuff like that. So, and there was also another study which I think we discussed, which was about short-term effects of climatic shocks that found that these you know, a climate shock that leads to reduced livelihood security through maize production, I think this thing, had a pretty clear short-term effect on different forms of violence. So, you know, there are some indications of this, but it's hard to be completely certain.
Any questions or debates? Okay.
Yeah, it's very interesting talk. I guess I've got first a comment and then a question. So the first comment is about the definition of electoral democracy put at the beginning of the talk. I don't think this is super important for the empirical your argument is empirical, so I don't think it affects the fact or interpretation of it, but I know some political philosophers define the definition of objectionable for at least the following reason. It's you define electoral democracy after that. The degree to which government is responsive to citizens. You could get many prominent democratic theorists nowadays saying electoral democracies are not as responsive as they could or should be. The right way to go about increasing the degree of responsiveness would be to replace elections, maybe partly wholly with in more traditional democratic selection methods. So efficient use of lotteries to select politically. So a lot of people would say that's a much more responsive form of democracy, but yeah, it's not electoral by design. So that's the comment.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I guess, yeah, my choice of this was just that it's usually considered to be a staple in other very common ideals, but that's an interesting point taken.
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
People have raised this maybe later. The question is, so there's a view in political science, I think it's mostly associated with artificial publicity. People like this, they think elections are primarily valuable because they're a good way of ensuring peaceful transfer of power. You hear a lot of people saying politics is valuable because it embodies a lot of the people and other sort of vaguely romantic notions. And towards the issue, no, it's really it's minimal. They're good for ensuring peaceful transfer of power. Do you think your work and this sort of problem in general suggests that elections really only have a sort of function for utility when background conditions are suitable? So it seems like a lot of these places, these elections are really sufficient for ensuring peaceful transfer of power because besides the build up, as you say, climate change will exacerbate conflict, these sorts of conditions and so on. So do you think your work shows that there's a big serious limitation for serious limitation for that view of elections?
I don't know. Maybe, you know, it's not something that I've considered. Because I think that, yeah, that might be so, I don't know, but I think one clear problem here, which maybe I didn't mention enough, was that, you know, there's also been a very clear history of military rule. So I think that in those instances, in countries which has this sort of Praetorian legacy, maybe elections are difficult to ensure peaceful transfer of power. But here, I think there's also one thing that many argue is that since military coups in Mali have led to democratization twice in the past, first in 1990 when the country democratized, and then in 2012 when there was an election a year later. There's also this sort of belief in the military that they have the best intentions, because most Malians, in most polls that I've seen, Malians prefer democracy over democracy. So yeah, I think this sort of more reflects, the instability of institutionalization and those factors.
Yeah, my question might be something related to Snow and Joe is to the regression, like the reference to regression in slides. Yes, so if I'm correct, I remember that you said that this is testing the correlation between temperature increase and then the degree of democracy within country.
Yeah.
And then if we do the traditional regression, there's also correlation between the warmness of the country and then the difference. And I'm kind of curious about whether you also do a further analysis of whether there's any difference between countries which is in a warm like weather and then countries in the cold weather, whether there are difference in terms of the relation between the temperature increase and the degrees of democracy. Because what you show is just a mean, right?
Yeah, it's just a mean of the difference.
Yes, the mean of all these 170 countries, but it's those countries, it might some from warm countries and some from cold. So I'm interested whether there's a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it also, I would be also interested to see whether the people in the warm country more sensitive to the increase the climate change than the countries, the people in the cold country.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree that that's a very interesting question. And it's very possible to do with this form of analysis. I haven't looked at it here, but definitely it's something that I would be interested in to look into further.
Do any other questions of those? Not then let's again. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'll sit there, so I'll be like, and when you hit the limit, I'll put my hand up against, but then I guess you can keep talking.
How long do I have for fishing?
30 minutes altogether.
How it looks like on Zoom.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the camera there.
Right.
So that apparently that automatic right.
I believe so.
Yeah, so it should be fine, and then you just focus looking at that, and it will only share it what we've been shown here. That's not going to be shown.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any notes here anyway, but yeah, that looks good. Yeah. Okay, and we're unmuted, and we need to start. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start up again, everybody. All right, so I'm very happy to introduce my colleague Adam Gibbons from the Philosophy Department and a member of the Hong Kong Catastrophic Risk Center. Adam works on political philosophy and related issues, and he's going to talk to us today about epistocracy. Take it away.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so I think most of my work, in fact, is on epistocracy. I'll define what that means more precisely because it's not very familiar to most people, I would say. For now, think of it as rule of the knowers. That's how most people gloss it, especially in popular presentations of this view. So the idea is that you should give more political power to people who know more of politically relevant facts. Now, what politically relevant means, contentious question. And well, people have defended these sorts of views for a very long time, but debates about this sort of thing really got quite heated around 2016. Not coincidentally, because of the election of Trump and Brexit and things like that. So people have really been talking about epistocracy a lot since then. And it's a very heavily controversial viewpoint. And I'm going to talk about just one problem with it today, the titular problem, the problem of political capture. But before I begin, I want to just briefly explain why I think this is actually relevant for a conference with the sort of focus we have today. So if you think about the sorts of things that we are all interested in, various types of global catastrophic risks, such as, risks associated with artificial intelligence, climate change, pandemics, great power conflict, so on and so forth. Most people, I would suggest, not all, but most people think governments could, in principle, be a force for good in mitigating and responding to such threats. But of course, the problem is not all governments are going to be equally capable of adequately managing the sorts of threats we're all interested in. So for example, there's a sort of like notorious line of thinking that suggests electoral democracies are actually overly short-termist insofar as most people aren't really looking beyond the next electoral cycle. But many of the problems we face are more long-term in perspective, right? So the idea is you don't need to be a long-termist of the sort that Joe was persuasively criticizing yesterday. We're not talking about problems, you know, a quintillion years hence. We're talking about maybe we should look beyond 4 years into the future. That would be helpful every now and then. But if you think about a lot of the problems we're interested in, they're also very complex, right? So you can't really think about risks associated with AI unless you know a lot of the relevant material. Same thing with nuclear conflict, same thing with artificial pandemics and so on. So a lot of people are going to suggest you really need to have a certain degree of competence, knowledge, maybe even expertise to be able to play a positive role in responding to these problems. And here's where you get the sort of impetus for epistocratic forms of government. You know, give more power to people who have the appropriate expertise. Now, to my knowledge, people haven't really defended epistocracy along those grounds, but you can see there's an argument there for it. So I think this sort of thing is quite clearly relevant to the themes we're interested in at this workshop. Although, to be honest, in this particular paper, which is currently under review, I don't talk about existential risk or anything in the paper, but I do think it's relevant. So that's the background. Now, the plan for the talk is this. I'm just going to, yes, this is working now. I'm going to more precisely explain what I mean by epistocracy, and I'll also explain a little bit more about why people would really endorse such a thing. I'll talk about this problem of political capture. The very rough idea for now is that you can think of this. A lot of people worry that epistocracy is somehow uniquely or more susceptible to forms of capture and corruption and abuse than democratic forms of government. That's the problem of political capture. In the third section, I'll talk about ways to mitigate this problem, because I think people have overstated the degree to which this is a serious problem for epistocracy. But, and there's a big caveat here, in the final section, well, penultimate section, I guess, technically, I do grant it is a serious problem, but I think people have overlooked ways in which this is a much broader problem than critics of epistocracy have realized. It's not just a problem for epistocracy. All sorts of political institutions can and have been captured, including institutions that many people just take completely for granted. So they wouldn't think of not having these institutions, but yet this problem, I suggest, arises for those institutions too. So in a way, the problem's less serious than people think, but it's also more serious because it's more pervasive. And then if I've got time, maybe some concluding remarks, although I've presented on this previously and it was for 45 minutes, so I'm going to have to rush a little bit. So what is an epistocracy? More precise definition, they make the possession of at least some amount of political knowledge a legal precondition for possessing some form of political power. Very few full-blown proponents of this view in the current literature. Jason Brennan, who I think many people know, is the most well-known proponent of this view. But you also get people like Thomas Mulligan, who's got a great paper on plural voting, which is a type of epistocracy, and Garrett Jones is an economist at GMU. Some examples, I'm going to just be quick about this because I want to save time. The most obvious example, and it's a very controversial example that not even Brennan endorses, even though he does have sympathies towards epistocracy, is restricted suffrage. So the idea is this: instead of having universal suffrage where every adult gets one and only one vote, you have to pass a voter qualification exam in order to get a vote. Because these qualification exams are going to be relevant throughout this talk, but the idea is that there will be some questions and you need to score a certain amount on this test before you can vote. If you don't pass, you don't get a vote, hence restricted suffrage. There are other forms. I'm going to maybe skip this to save time. If you want to know more about these, maybe ask me in the Q&A. But there's many different forms, in the same way that there are many different forms of democracy, right? It's not just one form of democracy. That was something that Julia very helpfully explained in her talk as well. Something a lot of people overlook because, understandably perhaps, they focus on the controversial, sexy epistocratic proposals. But in fact, we're actually already familiar with very many epistocratic institutions, and we already have them. And most people, in fact, think they're relatively uncontroversial. So if you think of existing restrictions on the franchise, they're usually given an epistocratic justification. Why don't 3-year-olds get a vote? They're not competent enough. They don't know enough, that sort of thing, right? So that's a type of an epistocratic institution. Civil service, qualification requirements, independent central banks, and so on and so forth. By citing these, I'm not suggesting this is an argument for epistocracy. I'm just highlighting the fact that we already kind of are familiar with this idea. It's not completely new. Now, why would you be an epistocrat? The very, very rough argument that people like Brennan give is something like this. If you look at the literature in political science, political psychology and so on. And if you measure levels of political information among electorates, the results are extremely depressing. People know exceedingly little. And it's not just they don't know little about, you know, complex issues in economics or political science. They often don't know who the representatives are, what they do, where they are. Okay, that last one's a joke, but you get the idea. They don't know very much. And this is an extremely robust finding. Some people would say it's the single most well-replicated finding in any social science. Maybe that's not true, but it's certainly a very robust and seemingly accurate finding. Now, the idea is when you pair a pervasively radically ignorant electorate with politicians who, at least to some degree, need to respond to such voters, the idea is that you might get what epistocrats would view as bad outcomes. Now, this is obviously somewhat tendentious. People do disagree about this, but for one example, if you think about things like minimum wage laws, a lot of people would endorse them precisely because they think they're going to have beneficial effects on, you know, a certain subset of the population. So you get low-income people, we increase the minimum wage. Well, of course, they're going to be better off. People like Brennan would reasonably, in my opinion, respond by suggesting there's actually a large theoretical and empirical literature suggesting that when you increase the minimum wage, that's just not what happens. Some people benefit, other people do not benefit, and in fact become worse off. Most notably when they get laid off because their employers are either unwilling or unable to actually pay the increased minimum wage. So I guess an epistocrat is suggesting if you knew more about how the economics of such policies worked, you would perhaps be less favorably inclined to such policies. You can keep your values in place. You want to help those voters, but maybe knowing more would make you change your behavior, change how you think about these sorts of things. Obviously tendentious, right? People do debate minimum wages, but that's the rough idea. And epistocrats basically think, yeah, our proposals would deliver epistemically superior government. This form of government would allow us to acquire and make use of knowledge in better ways than the status quo. Some examples of how this would work. Well, if you have a restricted suffrage, you're obviously screening out people who are the most ignorant because they can't pass this, let's say, a minimally demanding voter qualification exam. If you had a scheme of plural voting, which would keep universal suffrage, but give more than one vote to people who are suitably qualified, the idea is that you amplify the political power of people who know more, and so on and so forth. Again, I'll skip some of the details to save time. Needless to say, this is all extremely controversial. There are just 4 criticisms here. There are more. I wanted to include more on the slide, but it quickly became way too small. I just can't read it. Some people would say this is all a waste of time. Democracy is intrinsically valuable. Even if epistocracy would deliver better results, it's still better to have democracy. That's one common view. And there are a bunch of other problems here. Some people question this purported link between voter ignorance and bad outcomes and so on and so forth. That's 4 of them. There are others not in these slides. The most common criticism that I can find in the literature, and it's not a huge literature, I think there may be, I don't know, let's say 100 papers written on this in the last decade or so. I would say this is probably the most common criticism of epistocracy. It's the problem of political capture. And what is this problem? Well, as Brian Kogelman, one of my favorite contemporary political philosophers, puts it, there's this perennial concern with politics and the possibility of self-interested actors capturing the political system and using it for their own private gain. And people, of course, have predictably said this is going to be an issue for epistocracy. It sounds good on paper, maybe, if you have a certain predisposition. You empower more knowledgeable people, you get better outcomes. Sounds great. That's not really how politics often works. People can behave in self-interested ways, capture these systems and use them for their own gain at the expense of the public. Some examples here. I want to draw attention to Ilya Somin. I feel like every time I give this talk, I want to make this clarification because I see many people who are critics of epistocracy saying, oh, Somin is an epistocrat. And it's like, no, he's openly published papers saying he's not an epistocrat. He criticizes it. He makes this sort of criticism. It's like saying the famous utilitarian Rawls or something, right? It's just, no, it's not accurate, okay? And also I'm there because I've made this sort of criticism in print. So a bunch of people have made this point. I'll maybe skip this a little bit, but here are 2 examples. So Somin reasonably says it's difficult to believe that real-world governments can be trusted to objectively identify the more knowledgeable segments of the electorate and exclude the rest. Even more strongly, you have Justin Kloxim, who basically says it's all but certain that capture would arise if you were to try to implement an epistocracy. So it's not just, oh, it's a possibility. He thinks it's definitely going to happen, and he thinks it would specifically be a problem for members of ethnic minority groups and so on, okay? So notice the strength of the claim. It's not just, oh yeah, this is a concern. This will happen, okay? And that's one of the things I want to push back on in this talk. I'm not quite so sure it's that easy. But first, here's the problem in a nutshell. So how would capture arise? Although there are different forms of epistocracy, common to each is some need to delineate the class of well-informed people from ill-informed people, okay? That's not meant to be pejorative, just as a descriptive matter of fact. And it's typically going to be in the form of a qualification exam. So if you have restricted suffrage, for example, Brennan proposes having quite minimally demanding qualification exams. If you have what's called an epistocratic council, he advocates for extremely demanding exams. So you really want only bona fide experts or people who know quite a lot about quite a lot to be part of your epistocratic council. And the problem which many people have pointed out is that, well, whoever is in charge of tailoring the content of these exams has the opportunity to tailor such content so that people who are supporters of them are more likely to be able to answer those questions correctly. And thereby you're going to empower a greater amount of your supporters and not of your opponents, and you'll increase your share of power that way. That might sound a little bit tenuous, but it seems like you probably could do this. So that, again, there's a large literature, empirical literature documenting how much, or how little, I should say, voters tend to know. And there are some differences. So for example, libertarians in the United States, at least, for example, tend to know a little bit more about economics. So if you were someone interested in increasing the proportion of political power among libertarian sympathetic voters, just load your qualification exam up with some basic Econ 101 questions, and that would be it, right? Democrats will know more about certain things, Republicans will know more about certain things, and so on. Of course, this will be true for other countries too, but Brennan and others are typically talking about the American context, right? So that's the rough idea. You have this qualification exam, you choose the content in a certain way to favor yourself, to increase your power, but not to do what you're supposed to do, which is to power the well-informed, regardless of their political party affiliation, right? So I call this selection capture in the paper, just to distinguish it from other forms of capture. For example, there's interest group capture, regulatory capture, and so on. And the idea is this selection capture completely undermines any of the purported benefits of epistocracy. Now, some people think those benefits are completely illusory. Maybe that's right. But even for proponents of the view, this should give you pause, because if selection capture occurs, you're not really going to be doing what you wanted to be doing in the first place. Instead of empowering the knowledgeable, the incumbents will empower the supporters, right? And that's not what you want. Even if amplifying the power of informed citizens would bring about good outcomes, selection capture might just prevent that from happening entirely. So it's a serious problem, and how can epistocrats respond, if at all? And I would suggest it's not so easy. So people like Cloxing who say this is just almost certainly going to happen, I think that's way too strong a claim. It's not that simple. For me, there are three factors affecting the difficulty with which people could actually capture successfully these sorts of qualification exams, were they to implement such a proposal. The first is the difficulty of appropriately tailoring the exam. The second is the possibility of legal challenges. The third is what I'm calling adaptive responses from opponents. I'm going to very, very quickly breeze over this first point. The idea is you might just be skeptical that it's really that easy to devise exams that are this discriminatory in the relevant way. Like, it's not so easy. Oh, you can have a test and you think maybe only the Republicans will know the answers to it, but maybe that's not so easy to do it, right? But oh, sorry, this is a wrong slide here, actually. Here are some assumptions I make in the paper. Forget about the details for now. All I'm doing with these assumptions is I want to make it more difficult for me to make my case. So these are assumptions that are supposed to be favorable to the critic of epistocracy. These are assumptions that make it more likely people will be interested in capturing systems. That's the idea. I can talk more about that in the Q&A. Sorry, this is where I thought I was. Should pay more attention to the slide. So you might be skeptical about how easy it is to tailor exams. So for example, you might think the demographic information that's relevant to doing the sort of thing is quite undependable. Maybe you're just motivated by background worries to do with how easily replicable these sorts of findings are and so on. You might think which parties educated citizens tend to support just fluctuates too quickly. It's too hard to monitor these things. There's a very simple argument at the top that just suggests straightforward modus ponens. Conclusion: parties can't really reliably capture the qualification exams because they can't tailor the content appropriately And again, just to save time, I just want to suggest that it's not easy, or sorry, it's not non-trivial to tailor the exams in the right way, but that argument fails. The first premise is just plausibly false. People have really studied these levels of political information extensively. It just does seem to be the case that certain groups divided by political affiliation and so on tend to be either more highly educated, possess information about certain things disproportionately more than other people, and so on and so forth. There would be very strong incentives to monitor sort of information possessed by people because of the gains you might make in successfully capturing the system. So I think, look, tailoring these exams, it's not straightforward in a way, it's not trivial, but you probably could do it. So I'm just going to skip this a little bit. Again, push me on this if you want in the Q&A. The two bigger concerns are the legal challenges and the effective opponent adaptation. So oddly overlooked in the literature is the possibility that anybody attempting to capture these systems might just face legal challenges. And that might sound a little bit glib, but there is precedent for this. So if you think about something like gerrymandering, which it's basically resetting the boundaries of electoral districts to gain a more favorable distribution of the population for your party, right? So you might think, if you're looking at a map of electoral districts in the States, you might think, oh, well, there's more people over here who support our party. So if we just kind of redraw the map a little bit, we'll get them to come into our district, and then we'll have a greater share of people who support us, right? So this is something that actually does happen quite a bit. But it can be and has on occasion been successfully challenged, right? So it's not like it's completely straightforward and easy to do it. I'm not a Supreme Court scholar or a legal scholar or anything, but there is this well-known case, Miller v. Johnson, and this was a case about racial gerrymandering. So the concern was that people were gerrymandering to get a more favorable for them proportion of certain ethnic groups to support them, right? That was the idea. And it was just it was successfully challenged, right? So this does happen. And the analogy would be, well, people could challenge attempts to capture epistocracy in the same way. So again, simple argument, attempted capture can be challenged. If so, capture can be prevented. Therefore, it can be prevented. The main problem, I think, with this sort of challenge is that, as with challenges to gerrymandering, it's not like they're definitely going to succeed. Some of them have succeeded, others have failed. The most egregious cases of attempted gerrymandering have been ruled unconstitutional. And maybe that would be the case with epistocracy, but there's no guarantee, right? You can't just completely preclude. How ominous was that? We're talking about epistocracy, thunderclap, you cannot preclude capture from arising. Thunder, okay. So it's unreliable, but it's unreliable legal challenges. Not always going to work, but it's a tool that people would absolutely draw upon. Again, the assumption that underlies a lot of these criticisms is that people will act in self-interested ways and are motivated to increase or preserve their power. So it's odd, therefore, to think about people just capturing epistocracy without anybody challenging them, right? So people can and will draw upon the available resources to challenge them. And they will succeed some of the time, I would suggest. There's also what I'm calling adaptive responses from opponents. So suppose you think, look, it's going to be easy to tailor the exams. Those legal challenges, they're not going to succeed. It's too difficult. Even so, I maintain capture is not straightforward. So incumbents, the people in charge of the exams, of course, they can try to tailor the content in ways that favor them. But again, opponents are not just going to sit around and go, oh, there's nothing we can do. They can also mobilize their supporters too. That's what political parties are good at, mobilizing the troops, so to speak, right? The end result might be that in an attempt to prevent their rivals from capturing the system, parties just sufficiently incentivize and motivate their supporters to also acquire the information needed to pass qualification exams. Because again, suppose you're on the red team and you think, I'm going to tailor the exam, I'm going to load it with this sort of content, because supporters of the red team tend to know those questions a bit more often than the blue team. But then if you're part of the blue team, you might think, well, we know that that's what they tend to know more than us, right? Because the elites in the parties tend to be quite well informed. So that's just get out the vote, so to speak. That's just get out the information to vote in a more well-informed way. Again, not going to work perfectly, but it's something people can and will do, or would do, I should say, if this were up to be implemented. So it could be that there's just no stable electoral advantage for incumbents. You get this back and forth of people becoming successively more well-informed and so on. And somewhat speculative, you might think incumbents would anticipate these sorts of dynamics and think, that's not worth it. We're not even going to try to capture the exams in the first place, because it's not going to work. So I think this is a potentially serious obstacle to capture. And my main point really in the paper is that it's at least worthy of further scrutiny. It's not as straightforward as critics have made it out to be. Just to sum up here, 3 factors, including adaptive responses, I think they very greatly complicate the process of capturing qualification exams. And it's notable, we don't need to make any what you might think of as unrealistic assumptions to show that capture can be difficult. There's no need to assume away self-interest. In fact, it's something I grant in the paper. There's no need to assume an unrealistic willingness to cooperate and engage in power sharing or anything. It's all just about self-interest and power seeking and wanting to preserve your power and fight your rivals. Even so, capture, not so easy. So I think. However, I also suggest in the paper, it's still a serious problem. So you might think those 3 factors are jointly insufficient to adequately mitigate capture. I mean, you might think, look, it's easy to tailor the exams in the appropriate way. Legal challenges will just fail. It's too difficult to mount them successfully. It's really difficult to adapt and counterbalance incumbents. For example, you might think it's much more difficult to incentivize people to acquire information than it is to simply select for people who already know that information. And in fact, I actually think that's probably right. So you might think capture can still occur. So here's a question you might think, is the risk of capture all by itself, is it sufficient to militate against epistocracy? And I say no. The view that any level of risk of capture militates against an institution is, to me, it's implausible. Most, if not all, political institutions have these sorts of risks. In the paper, I discussed 3. Speech restrictions. To skip details, I'm not going to explain how I think they can be captured, but I have written on this. You should go and read and cite my papers as often as possible to learn about why I think this can be the case. Even if it's in a paper on panspermia or something, just stick a footnote in there. Immigration restrictions. Oddly enough, people do think that if you, again, tailor who you're allowing to enter into your state, changing the numbers, changing the degree of qualifications they have, it can have these interesting consequences for the level of support different parties get. So again, there's some interesting empirical literature on this in the States. Can't quite remember how it goes, but if you increase the number of low-skilled immigrants coming in, you increase the share of support for certain parties. That's the idea. Same with redistributive taxation. There's something called the Curley effect, named for an Irish-American mayor of Boston in the 1800s, who, as far as I understand it, deliberately jacked up taxation for the wealthy because he knew the wealthy citizens did not like him and he wanted them to kind of get the hell out of town, even though this had very bad effects on the economic growth of Boston at the time. So it was kind of like, he's not doing it to really help the poor or anything. He's like, I want to get these rich people out of here. And it was, for his own good, right? So that's a way of capturing institutions that regulate wealth and taxation, right? Other reasons I'll skip, but general idea, any level of risk precluding an institution is much too strong because it would preclude pretty much everything, including states themselves, you might think. Here's a kind of Rawlsian response. So you might think maybe capture of epistocracy is worse because it threatens basic political rights, while capture of other institutions threatens maybe only non-basic rights. The basic idea, pun not intended, the idea here with delineating a class of basic rights is that they are somehow more important or weighty than other rights, so maybe capture of epistocracy would be worse. The problem with this response is that, firstly, Rawls himself thought free speech was a basic right. So if that's true, and if you accept his account, then capture of speech restrictions would be just as more or less problematic as capture of epistocracy. But people, of course, political philosophy debate these sorts of things. Many people would say the right to immigrate is basic, economic rights are basic, and so on and so forth. So when capture of institutions threaten those rights, according to some people, they threaten basic rights too. So it's not like you can locate a difference between epistocracy and capture of other places in that way. Maybe what makes capture of epistocracy worse is that it's likelier, which is something a lot of people would say. Now, I'm not a political scientist, so I kind of only speculate on this in the paper. It's a complicated empirical question. I think we can begin to address it by considering these following 2 questions. Would incumbents be more likely to encounter legal challenges when attempting to capture different sorts of institutions? And are they more likely to encounter effective opponent adaptation when capturing different institutions. So if you think about legal challenges, it really just depends on your jurisdiction. If you're in the States, for example, which has very permissive speech laws, it would probably be a bit more difficult for you to capture speech restrictions without being challenged than if you were in, let's say, the UK or something like that. Or in Ireland, for example, there's some talk of putting in place hate speech restrictions on speech. But of course, one worry critics have is that they're going to be captured, right, and used for a political gain. More important point, I think, is this. I think it's plausibly more difficult to challenge incumbents who control institutions responsible for largely uncontroversial state functions. If you think about epistocracy, pretty much everyone in the field dislikes it heavily. And there are constitutional protections and political equality and so on. So there are these strong, long-standing legal resources in place to challenge any attempt to capture epistocracy. But if you think about something like redistributive taxation, most people think that's something you absolutely should have. There's no way you should not have this sort of institution. So it's going to be kept in place, and people, changing the details of tax policy are not likely to, or not as likely to face legal challenges in the same way that somebody who's trying to gerrymander, so to speak, qualification exams. That's something I think. Not sure how much time I have. In terms of effective opponent adaptation, the very broad gist of what I say is that there probably are ways you could respond as an opponent of incumbents in response to different types of capture. But the general idea in all three cases is that incumbents seem to have a pretty strong advantage, right? So whether it's speech, taxation, immigration, incumbents will have this advantage over opponents. It's not going to be so straightforward to respond in any case. So there's a problem of capture, again, for all of these things, not just epistocracy. A last point, at least on this presentation, maybe what makes epistocracy worse is not just this problem of capture. It's a conjunction of many problems. There's lots and lots of problems for epistocracy. Maybe there is lots of problems with it, some of which I take quite seriously, but none are, in my opinion, decisive. And in any case, the same is true of other institutions. Proponents of open borders think immigration restrictions are very, very problematic. People who, Nausicaans, for example, are very strongly opposed to redistributive taxation, at least in most cases, I would say. So it's plausible we should be wary of epistocracy and people wanting to epistocratize, I guess, certain institutions. But the same applies to other institutions too, and we shouldn't be so glib about any risk associated with them. There's a final objection that's not really in the slides, which is just that people worry that trying to implement an epistocracy just gives you one more opportunity to capture something. It's a new novel site of potential capture. True, but the point is, again, it applies much more generally than people realize. So again, if you were in Ireland right now and you are a supporter of increasing speech restrictions, you should be worried about capture. It's not just a problem for epistocrats, it's a problem much more generally. Let me just skip this quote because I think I'm almost out of time. Epistocracy definitely has its problems. Happy to talk about them in the Q&A. Some of them are very serious, maybe fatal. But whether it's worse in this respect than other institutions, in my opinion, it's quite unclear. The problem of political capture is prima facie, at least, a quite serious issue. But critics overlook ways in which capture of epistocratic institutions not so straightforward. It's not as trivial as critics have made it out to be. But more importantly, maybe, is that even if it is as serious as critics have thought, epistocracy is by no means the only institution that faces this sort of problem. It's a very widespread problem. So in one sense, this problem, the titular problem, the problem of political capture, it's less serious than people have previously thought. But on the other hand, maybe it's more serious because it's not just a problem for epistocracy. It's a problem for everyone. Thunder, please. Okay, no, it's a problem for us all. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Wait, was I too quick? Did I have 5 minutes left?
No, you were pretty much exactly.
Okay, good. That was very intentional at time.
Okay. Let's start with Joe, and if everyone just keep your hand here.
I will be fielding no difficult questions, by the way, so only softballs. No.
Those are my yes. Yeah.
Thanks. I know not necessarily. I was intrigued as you went along by the question of how, when you approach a question like this, where you're considering a system that doesn't exist, a possible implementation, I think it's what existed. What are you comparing it to? Like, I guess this goes to your point at the end. What I mean is, are you comparing, or should one compare a kind of ideally implemented aristocracy with great institutions and like independent testing board that's not been touched, and compare that to like great democracy, independent electoral commission and no gerrymandering? Or do you think like what would happen if Trump got hold of aristocracy now?
Yes.
And I guess, yeah, how do you kind of approach this? Because it seems like there's two different answers in some of these complaints. I mean, I'm just, you were giving them and then knocking them down. So I was like, oh yeah, what time responses? Why didn't you come up with those? It feels a little bit like people are saying, well, if you did aristocracy really bad, then it would be not bad. But that sort of seems like an odd way of arguing against it, which then led me to my question. Like, what do you think the right is? Should be like ideal versus ideal?
I don't want to say that ideal versus ideal is like less correct than realistic versus realistic. What I will say firstly is that what you definitely shouldn't do is compare an idealized version of one against a realistic version of the other. And that happens way too often, not just in this debate, but just in general. People compare wildly unrealistic, well-functioning versions of some institutions and compare them with the drab, gritty real world. You should compare like with like. In terms of ideal versus ideal, I'm less interested in that question, certainly in this context, but it's not uninteresting and people are interested in ideal theory. I personally am very favorable to a long-standing tradition in political economy that is sometimes called robust political economy. And the idea is that you should evaluate institutions under realistic scenarios. So in terms of the likely motivations that people are going to possess, and the degree of knowledge they're going to possess. And those are two things you can independently investigate. So I would be, again, without saying doing ideal theory is wrong or anything, I'm personally much more interested in comparing how epistocracy would likely be with how democracies really function, if that is the two you're comparing. And as you mentioned at the beginning, look, we have some epistocratic institutions, but we don't really have anything like what Brennan advocates. So there's inevitably a degree of speculation, but I would like that speculation to be grounded in a realistic portrayal of how people are really going to behave. So I wouldn't want people sympathetic to epistocracy thinking, oh, it's all going to be great and everybody involved is going to be completely altruistic and, you know.
Next, we have to read.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I think it's a good question, but I'll start here. I was interested in like how you explain or explain how political capture happens, and you had kind of a very specific mechanism like tampering with a test or some kind of gerrymandering. But of course, I think that many people are concerned by political capture in general. As you said, this is not probably Chile for aristocracy. I think we're seeing it in many countries, semi-democratic or countries at the moment. It happens through various means, and I don't know if you're familiar with this term, the iron law of oligarchy. That I don't know if it's an iron law or if it's at all, but the idea is that unless we actively pursue democratic reforms, then there's a tendency towards oligarchy. So like by some groups being more economically powerful and then using that power, for example, to further their interests. So, okay, let me just kind of wrap this up and then the question. So, have you looked at other mechanisms by which political capture can happen that are more kind of related to interest groups or economic elites and so on?
So just as a first point, this is a kind of a boring explanation for why I focus on the exam specifically. That's mostly just responding to the focus of critics of epistocracy. So when they've been thinking of capture, it's mostly been in terms of how they're going to exploit this selection mechanism. That's not a very philosophically deep answer, but that's the real explanation for the focus of my paper. About broader forms of capture, I haven't written about them very much. Certainly very interested in them. There's a very, when I say very recent, I mean the last few days, there's some ideas I've been kicking around with a co-author, well, future co-author, hopefully, about state capture in general. I think it's a very difficult problem because it seems to me you get two opposing camps who both seem similarly motivated by concern for avoiding state capture, and yet they reach very widely divergent practical proposals for what to do about this. So on the one hand, you get some more of these robust political economy people who think what you should do if you're worried about capturing the state is to minimize the size and scope of the state, have separation of powers, checks and balances, all the traditional stuff. Then you get other people who think they seem to be more focused on concentrations of private economic power and the way that can be translated into public power. You know, as you suggested, economic elites can buy undue influence and thereby, you know, bend and shape laws to favor them. So a lot of people say the right way to counteract that is to keep and maintain a powerful state, which is to constrain it in certain ways, tax wealth more, have laws saying you can only donate a certain amount to political causes and so on. I'm still working through these issues. I don't quite know what I think. My one main concern with the latter camp is that it's like you have two people who are worried about keeping a loaded gun in the room. And one group says, we should maybe make this gun disappear or make it a much less dangerous gun. And then the second group is saying, no, we should keep the gun here, but maybe just change how it's constrained and how it's used. And I sort of think that second option is kind of asking for trouble in the long run. And that's kind of how I feel about people who think the right way to respond to private concentrations of economic power is to keep the state very powerful, because given assumptions that they themselves would accept, I should say, people are going to try to capture those institutions too. So it's a very risky maneuver, but it's a very complicated question. I'm still thinking through, so happy to talk to you more about it.
Julia.
Thank you. That was very interesting. So during the talk, I was thinking mostly about justice concerns. So you mentioned that there's important or intrinsic value in universal participation that the parties from it is either unjust or violates basic rights. You talked about that. We assume it's throughout representation. But I was thinking that you might be able to formulate a different type of justice argument that has interesting static aspects of like relevant for your case. But I actually didn't see, I think, yeah, exactly, that's the slide I have in mind. Which is, well, namely that epistocracy might constitute a form of epistemic injustice of the first arguments. So in the sense that it might be unjust to require certain groups from political participation on the assumption that these groups lack relevant knowledge of public political matters, which we might have good reasons to think is biased assumption. Right? So that's where the aesthetic aspect comes into the justice argument that she, for example, would make. Is this something that comes up in the literature?
I don't know if it's the exact same problem, but certainly people have discussed what's called the demographic objection to epistocracy, which, again, there was only so much I could fit on this slide. It was kind of arbitrary which ones I picked. So the demographic objection, there's two variants. One is more about the injustice of excluding certain groups disproportionately, because again, if you investigate empirically how much different groups know, it turns out, for example, wealthier people possess more of the sort of information that epistocrats deem relevant. So you're going to get disproportionately more wealthy people politically empowered, and less wealthy people completely unempowered, depending on the type of epistocracy. And that seems perhaps intrinsically unjust. There's an epistemic variant of this objection, which suggests it's not just about the injustice of it all. It's that part of what makes democracy valuable is that it actually empowers a wide variety of different people with a diversity of backgrounds and information they could draw upon and ways of thinking through problems and so on. So there are people who are called epistemic Democrats who think it's not just, the value of democracy is not just its, let's say, intrinsic equality or something. It's these epistemic benefits. And both groups of people, epistemic Democrats and just standard democratic theorists, have said that you get this demographic objection to epistocracy. For what it's worth, Brennan has been very critical in a way I think that is reasonable of some of the arguments of epistemic Democrats. So I would suggest a lot of these epistemic Democrats rely upon theorems which don't really apply to real world voters. So it kind of goes back to what Joe was suggesting. So a lot of them, for example, draw upon Condorcet jury theorem. And there are many variants of this theorem, but all of them presuppose a certain minimal threshold of competence, which seems unlikely given the empirical facts of how little people know about politics. There are other versions of epistemic democracy that don't rely on these theorems, though, by the way. So I think there's more to it than that. About the more justice-focused arguments, I think Brennan would say that's a fair point. But actually, if you're really concerned with adequately representing a diversity of opinion, and you were ranking different alternatives, political systems, maybe restricted suffrage is down here, but up the top isn't standard electoral democracy. It could be something else. So he actually advocates for something called, I didn't quite anticipate this far ahead. Let's see where on the slide of this. This rule by simulated oracle, which is also called, some people consider it a form of democracy, actually, models democracy. The idea is you would give everybody a test of their political knowledge, and you would gather demographic information about them, such as whether they're like an Irish male in whatever age group. I won't disclose that information. Old, I feel old, as wizened as hell. Anyway, and he would also gather the information about political preferences. Are you, like what's your view about certain things? And then you could use all this information to simulate what you would choose and how you would vote, given an assumption of full knowledge. And he would basically say that's actually more fair to a diversity of opinions and people than real world electoral democracy, which even if it purports to be completely fair, ends up just being, systemically favorable towards the wealthy and so on. Ultimately, not sure whether I'm persuaded by that argument, but it is worth thinking about. And of course, background thing, and this goes back to something I mentioned to Julia in her talk. If you're really concerned about this, maybe you shouldn't be interested in either epistocracy or electoral democracy. Maybe you should be a lottocrat, for example, and have your random sample of the population, which is, assuming the lottery is not captured, will give you a descriptively representative sample of the population. You get a true diversity of opinion. Unlike, for example, in the States, where, for example, most representatives are like older white men, for example, or have law degrees from Yale, which is not truly descriptively representative of the population at large. Yeah. Lots to think about.
This part back.
Yes, so my question is about the, so you mentioned that, it really requires kind of minimum knowledge, right? So, the question related to this knowledge here, so is it a knowledge only about theoretical knowledge, or is also include academic knowledge?
Yeah.
Because simply, the politics is kind of practical, like, it should be both like theoretical and technical, but I think presumably there's some kind of possible concern or worry there is for practical knowledge is through practice. And for political practice, sometimes the opportunity of accessibility to this kind of political practice is somehow not evenly distributed among the population, right? So it's often that if you come from a political, like traditional family, then you have more access to political practice. And that seems also kind of seems to me another kind of worry or kind of risk of kind of political capture about that. If there is that this kind of minimal test, then more likely those people who come from this political family background more likely to talk to sex than those who come from non-backgrounds at all. The theoretical sometimes it's easier or easier to be accessed by everybody. So yeah, that's the question is related to knowledge.
I think what's interesting about that problem was two things. Firstly, it seems kind of similar to Julia's problem, where it's like there might be something unjust about having tests with certain content, because maybe through no blame of their own, you're going to get people who have diminished access to such practical information. I think another interesting aspect is that, again, even if people weren't intending to capture the system, if you load it with certain types of content, perhaps unbeknownst to them, you'll get this effect where people from certain backgrounds are perhaps unfairly excluded. About the content of the exam, I actually think there's a surprisingly difficult challenge here for epistocrats in thinking about what to put on the exam, even setting aside capture, right? So capture is about people taking the exam and using that opportunity to tailor it in such a way that they favor themselves. Suppose everybody's, they're doing great. They're completely altruistic people. They're not intending to capture anything. What do you put in the exam? Eyes are really underexplored, surprisingly underexplored question. One thing I think would plausibly be on the exam for anybody if they were interested in this is what I've called before the basic political facts. So there's something I've called minimal epistocracy. And the idea is that some people worry that the social sciences that Brennan seems to talk about are just irredeemably controversial. So he would say, look, there are all these well-known problems with minimum wage laws, but you can and do find bona fide experts disagreeing with his take. He would say, open borders would have certain economic benefits, but you get experts disagreeing about that too, and you get them disagreeing about gun crime and so on and so forth. So what social science content do you put in the exam? And then people will say there's no really uncontroversial content, so you can't get any questions in the exam at all. Epistocracy can't get started. I think that's too quick. There are basic political facts that are not in any strong sense social scientific, such as who's your representative, what's their name, what is the track record, what party are they affiliated with, what do the three branches of government do, all those sorts of things. Things you can Google in principle, and people don't really know those either. So you might have those sorts of questions in the exam. Whether people who tend to know those more when empowered would translate to better outcomes, very uncertain to me. So there's all sorts of really interesting questions that people really haven't got into. Partly a function of how recent this literature is, partly a function of philosophers being armchair inhabiting navel gazers who don't get into the empirical details, myself included, just to be honest. But I think what goes in the exam still an open question. The minimal basic facts should probably feature. Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe only the least controversial social science are manageable. Keep it uncontroversial.
James next.
I'll try to be fairly quick. So the idea, right, is that capture is less serious, right? And I think in general we're argument but just to push back a little bit on like the 2 or 3 points. They may be challenged legally, right? You said, well, challenged legally. But I mean, my immediate thought was, but if you decide the case, I mean, look at the Supreme Court right now. If they would have already, they would have that decided themselves that they were challenged, right? So that sort of undermines a little bit the idea that it's not as much a problem.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so that's one. Then adaptive responses, right? The opponents can be mobilized to learn. I just wonder, maybe what, as we were just mentioning, it depends on the content, right? But even the bare fact, right? To say it's totally biased, right? Even if the other side is mobilized to learn, it still might persuade some. And if you force them to learn a bunch of economics, and people might be like, oh, they're on something here. Like, so even that just increases the chances of being the established power and power.
Yeah, on the first point, I think I'd be quite happy to concede that point. I think overall I come out saying not as easy to capture as critics have supposed, but it's definitely still a realistic issue. I know that's quite vague, but it's hard to be more precise about it. And certainly it's worth thinking about, who will be deciding the case. Supreme Court is not a completely unbiased font of wisdom either, Although, again, I'm not a Supreme Court expert, so I probably shouldn't pronounce on that. About that second problem, I'm not sure I quite caught it. This isn't what you were suggesting, but just to clarify my position further, one very strong limitation to opponent adaptation that I mentioned in the paper but didn't really mention here is or should be well known to epistocrats, because a lot of them buy into what's known as a theory of rational ignorance. This is the idea that becoming well informed about politics, it's just instrumentally not rational. It's simply far too time consuming and costly. And the benefits of acquiring the information are slim for most voters. So it's very difficult to actually change the incentives in such a way that they'll actually want to go out and acquire that information. So if you're in the position of opponents, it's not going to be easy for you to incentivize them, precisely because of rational ignorance. The incentives are already just systemically not the right way you want them to be. That's one serious limitation to opponent adaptation. Just to clarify my position, I know that's not what you were getting at. I didn't quite understand your.
I just meant the process of learning other sides stuff.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's very interesting. Yes, yes.
I agree with your overall thing that it's less serious than they said. I'm just saying it's slightly more less serious or whatever.
Yeah. No, that seems right. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I haven't thought about that.
Thanks, Adam, for a really interesting talk. So my question is about what counts as expertise here. So we consider a test, right? So you want to ask me maybe choose your favorite questions or minimal basic competency as you described. But there's an additional problem to kind of gaming the system where you could have like this happens a lot with high schools in North America where people study really hard for the test, but they're not like reliable experts on that particular field. So a person can like memorize all the historical facts of the US Constitution or whatever, but they're really not in a position, even if they excel really well on that test, to make reliable long-term decisions that pertain to the US Constitution.
Yeah.
So my question for you is, do you think there's, if any, certain kinds of tests that you could have, in domain more general tests, that would be a reliable predictor of long-term competency of that particular field? Because I think it's really difficult.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. My honest answer is I don't know. I would need to think about it more. Certainly the problem you're mentioning is, I mean, this is a joke, but it's also true. If you were to look at my transcripts from my undergrad degree, I have an A in critical social theory and Foucault. I can't remember anything I wrote. It was just a 24 hours of Red Bull fueled cramming that got me through that exam, but I'm no expert whatsoever. I probably know less than I did it during the class now. If you have these qualification exams, you're going to change your people behave in certain ways. And again, the idealized way of looking at it is that people are motivated to acquire the information and then they thereafter retain it. That may not be how people work. It could be like you're suggesting, they cram and then subsequently forget, or maybe they just pass. They learn what they need to learn to pass the exam, and then thereafter their voting behavior is still biased by something else epistocrats also worry about, which is a systemic motivated reasoning and political irrationality. For the same reasons, right? You get rational ignorance, you also get rational irrationality. That sounds like a contradiction in terms, but it's just instrumentally rational epistemic irrationality. And funnily enough, let me see. Keep going back to this slide. This final criticism here very interestingly points out that when you examine the literature on political irrationality, the people who seem least rational about politics are often very well informed. They're political partisans. They're incentivized to learn more because they're super into it, but they're like sports fans. Try to have a reasonable discussion with a Manchester United fan about the objective. I say that as a Manchester United fan. Maybe it's already a sign of irrationality to support Manchester United nowadays, but the point being, just because you can pass a test doesn't mean you're going to retain the information, and it doesn't mean you're going to use the information in paradigmatically, epistemically rational ways either.
Yeah. What I think is the most obvious kind of objection to especially at least the council one version and the first one you mentioned on the list is that it relates. It hasn't been discussed, but it's related to the demographic objection. It's the objection that people are self-interested. So you have a system where it's only 50% of people vote. Right? They're gonna basically make decisions in their own self-interest.
Yes.
That's against the interests of the other 50%. And that's a serious problem. And it's not just unjust. Well, it's unjust, but also bad outcomes. So yes. So what about that objection?
Yeah, no, that's definitely an objection people have thought about. In Against Democracy, Brennan's response is to point to this phenomenon of what's called sociotropic voting, which it's basically fancy pants talk for people not voting in a purely self-interested way. So he thinks there's an empirical evidence to suggest that people are in fact less self-interested than you would expect when voting. They at least attempt to vote in the public good. Whether they possess the information necessary to do it in a reasonable way is different, but they're at least trying. So he thinks he can leverage this finding to suggest that even if you were to have an epistocracy, because again, if you think about this top one, depending how you devise the exam, the percentage that ends up being excluded might be a very small percentage. So let's say you cut it by you cut the electorate by 5% or something. So you still have 95% of the previous electorate with voting powers. He's going to say they're still going to vote in what they think is the public good. I'm not so sure I buy that actually. And I'm also not so sure I buy claims to the effect that people have a certain overlap of interests such that you can rely upon them to vote in ways, even without intending to, that benefit others. I'll say a very general thing, which is this. These sorts of proposals get outsized attention. I would like if in subsequent years, the literature went in a direction where people focus on much more specific, fine-grained institutions and whether to further democratize them or further epistocratize them. So if you think about the only person I know who's done this really is Garrett Jones in his book, 10% Less Democracy. And he basically says, look, if you want to keep a central bank, some people would say get rid of the central bank, right? But if you want a central bank, you absolutely should keep it less democratic, because there's just a wealth of empirical literature suggesting the more democratic they are, the worse it is for everyone. So I would like it if people were more fine-grained and exacting in the distinctions. But about the other like big proposals, I think what you're saying is absolutely a real concern, and I'm not quite so persuaded that people have really effectively responded to it. And just to clarify, I'm not an epistocrat, so I don't want to convey the impression that I'm trying to sell this to you, you know.
Okay, with apologies to the last people, let's end it there. So let's thank our speaker.
Oh, I gotta go now.
Yeah, here we have our Kobe University participants here, Snow and Takuya. They're going to be talking about holding good enough lights in shadowed memories, very poetic phrase, phenomenology of living with loved ones with dementia. Please.
Thank you. So as you can see, me being very poetic, I'm not a philosopher. No. So just a bit of background. So my background is not philosophy. I work in mental health for 15 years in Australia. My PhD and bachelor degrees are in psychology and psychiatry. So this area is important to me because I work with families who have family members with dementia. So I'll give you a bit of context to dementia, but I assume that many of you know some about dementia. And then we'll go into the philosophy, and then we'll have our own framework presented. So the purpose is to understand the experience, especially for the caregivers, the family members, the friends who are looking after someone with dementia. And hopefully with that, we can have some using philosophy as a way to inform a framework that we can use in services and getting services to think about way that we can support the unit together. So I'll do the first part, which is dementia, and then we'll have some philosophy happening, and then we have the framework presented to you. So dementia, have any of you not heard of dementia before? Yeah, so most of you have already known that it is a condition that's quite prevalent right now all over the world. So if you're looking at the diagnosis criteria, here I'm presenting the DSM-5 and the ICD-10 of what makes the diagnosis of dementia. It's a neurodegenerative disease, and it's also no available cure. Often when you get a diagnosis, it's a very long process in most of the developed countries. So you go through this initial realization, something's wrong, yeah? Maybe it's yourself, maybe it's your family members, but also it can be quite stigma, you know, are you just being forgetful? Is there really something going on? And then you have the initial assessment, maybe talk to your general practice doctors, and then you have referrals to specialists, then you have whole heaps of tests done. So that's the process. Knowing how long the process is and also knowing that there's a stigma, often you don't really capture the early symptoms ones. There are lots of biological and physical factors influencing the onset of dementia. But as you can see, it's what they call brain disease. It's a global brain disease, as in that you will see malfunctioning in the brain connectivity and plasticity, neuroplasticity. Learning things will be more difficult. Just generally, when the different area of the brain talking to each other is more difficult. But you also have very localized damage. Alzheimer's disease is one type of dementia. And with Alzheimer's disease, you can see hippocampus is one of the area that's get heavily impacted. How you're processing information. When you're looking at a toothbrush, is that a toothbrush is mixing something up. You maybe pick up the toothbrush, start to brush your hair. Yeah. So that sort of central processing mechanism is not working and doesn't really hold information that goes into the long-term memories. So you do have this person experiencing all sorts of cognitive function declines. Now, lots of stages, but as I said before, often when you come across or coming to the term that you may have dementia, it's almost towards the middle stage, knowing that there's a stigma and the symptoms can be a bit fluffy, at the beginning. With each stage, you also have different care needs, meaning that your loved one will have to step in somehow. Yeah, at the beginning, it was probably just some tasks. And then there's more difficulty of remembering things, managing your finance, doing your housework, remember to eat. And towards the very end, you basically become fully dependent on your caregiver. So I have here as the average, but you also see the early onset dementia happens more rapidly. You do see a person going from the early stage to the last stage within 1 or 2 years. And that sometimes happens in people's 40s and 50s, at the early onset dementia. So currently, as by 2019, we have 51.6 million people living with dementia, and the number is increasing. And on average, people live about 8 to 10 years. And if we're counting in the informal caregivers, the family members, the friends, and the spouse, we're talking about 100 million people, 10 years of time. So who typically care for people with dementia? So the social demographic profiles are also very interesting. So normally it's the spouse and all the children. And gender tends to be female. With the economic status or the social economic status, it tend to be people who doesn't earn that much. So they don't really use other support for meal prep, for the housework, for everything else. It's all on them. So you are looking at you would sometimes say that socially already on the scale, already disadvantaged population taking on that caring role. So when I work with families that has this sort of situation, it's often you see the family member in a really confusing state. All of a sudden, you have all this caring duty. Many have to choose between stopping work altogether or caring for that person. It's a very moral decision that you have to make. And then after making that decision, you're also the beloved father, always love poetry, whatever. Suddenly sees you as the mistress of someone. You have this shift of character or maybe something, and then you have to digest while looking after the person. So it's a very, it looks to me, there is this ongoing grief and loss process. Who is this person? I used to know this person, I love this person, but I love him because of that. And now this person, who is that person? So it's a very confusing state that people have to navigate while losing their own identity. Yeah, you're losing your job, you're not working anymore. Like you're doing all this work, but there's no return. So you see that people say that, oh, everything's and I don't understand what it is anymore. Yeah, in the spot situation, I'm married to that person, but not really this person. I don't know how to make sense of it. So that then creates this person going this intense ongoing grief and loss while looking after someone also experiencing cognitive decline. I do see lots of clients, on the other hand, the daughter or the son really want to control the situation. Yeah, I told you to have all this medication taken in the morning. How can you be forgetful? But it's not that the person's not there. You still get all this really weird aggression from your loved ones and not knowing what's happening. So the more and more you stop socializing, you don't want to say the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, and you become, your deterioration becomes more quickly. So it is a very difficult 10 years for many people. So people have to face this changing of relationship. What they had before is not there anymore. This is a new identity, new relationship. You're establishing something new here. Many people feel really lonely looking after loved one with dementia. There's also this really scary future of what if the person passed away, right? The changing identity is a big one, but also this weird, like we're together but not together, sort of parent situation.
Okay, thank you, Snow. Then let's have a philosophical part. So their experiences, the family members who have the dementia, who have a member with the dementia, can be kind of analyzed in terms of ambiguous loss, that's so-called ambiguous loss. So according to Pauline Boss, she is a kind of important researcher working on a lot of different types of loss. And according to her, dementia creates ambiguous loss. So when one's husband becomes dementia, she may experience the loss of her husband's mind and memory, and also their relationship as it had been. But so that he has with her physically, but virtually or mentally absent and psychologically. This incongruence was confusing and painful. So simply put, with dementia, absence and presence coexist. And, here is the difficulties of ambiguous loss. First of all, it's really confusing, as Snow mentioned. The duality of your loved ones being absent and present at the same time is really confusing. And making sense of your situation becomes immensely challenging. And indeed, there are two senses of ambiguous loss. In one sense, the person is there physically, but is not there mentally. This is one sense. The another sense is that in the case of dementia, sometimes person comes back mentally, right? He or she can respond to our talk properly, like original he or she is there. But a few minutes later or a few hours later, he or she, goes away mentally. So this is the second sense. In both senses, dementia causes ambiguous loss. And also, it's really long-standing, right? Dementia creates a loss, it's ongoing. So your grief is also ongoing. Your grieving may be over like many years, like 5 years or 10 years, and even decades. So with ambiguous loss, the sort of long-standing grieving is quite normal. And of course, it's quite exhausting, the roller coaster of losing mentally, finding again mentally, and again losing mentally will erode anyone's stability and strength. So, I will focus on this aspect, but it involves the alternation of the relationship, as Snow mentioned. Ambiguous loss ruptures your relationship as you knew it. What you had before you loved one's dementia set in, and the way you were together are now gone. So, given this, Boss suggested that we should build a sort of new type of relationship in the face of ambiguous loss, which she calls good enough relationship. So I'm gonna read the quotation. Your perception of a good relationship must shift to a new value, the less good. You can soften your standard of perfection so that you gradually see that a good enough relationship also has a place. So if you can still touch the person you love and talk with him, even if the conversation is one-sided, if you can smile with her, even if it's not returned, if you can just be there thoughtfully without any response from the person, it can be good enough, right? So, you know, the relationship must change, but, you know, this kind of one-sided relationship is still better than nothing. So we have to learn standing with those sort of one-sided good enough relationship, according to Boss. So here is our questions. So according to Boss, good enough relationship, even though it's one-sided, is better than nothing. But why? Why does having a good enough relationship makes the life of people living with a loved one with dementia better? This is a kind of theoretical question because intuitively we can understand, yeah, having good enough relationship is better than nothing. But we want to know why in more theoretical sense with more depth. And another question is that, are there any other types of good enough relationship than one-sided relationship? So there are examples of good enough relationships that both presented were all one-sided relationships, like a touch or smile or talking to without any reaction. So quite one-sided. But we want to know, is there any other good enough relationship that, you know, family and person with dementia can hold or can stand? So this is the second question. So let me start with the first one. So let us consider a scenario where an individual views her father with dementia as dead and ceases visiting him. According to Boss, this represents a premature closure, right? So because he's there, even though he is with dementia, but some people regard him as dead because mentally he is not original person. So this is called premature closure by Boss, and where she abandons the effort to construct a new good enough relationship with her father. So my idea is that we can have a deep understanding of why this is problematic by seeing Matthew Ratcliffe's theory of bereavement. Matthew Ratcliffe is a kind of influential researcher working on phenomenology and some other sort of stuff. So according to Ratcliffe, bereavement disrupts our value system. So, you know, for instance, bereavement disrupts one's values over goal-directed projects which presuppose the diseased person, such as buying a house, saving money, and not buying too many whiskeys. Because, you know, those goal-directed projects presuppose that we live together, right? So for instance, you know, just suppose that I have a kind of project that to buy a house, but it presupposes that I live with my wife and the son, right? If I lose my wife or son, then the project doesn't make any more sense, right? So in the same way, bereavement also disrupts one's value of habitual activities and everyday events, such as going for evening walks and going to restaurant. For instance, just suppose that I have a habit to, you know, go for a walk with my wife every day. So I have a habit to go for a walk. But it presupposes that, you know, I work together with her, my wife. So if I lose my wife, then these habitual activities, the value of the habitual activities like going for walk that I have does not make any more sense. So the same could be said to our value related to expectations of what will happen in the near and the distant future, such as that the diseased person will be back in home around 6 to 8 p.m., or that we will have a grandchild someday or whatever. So we have kind of mental accustomed to have a lot of different expectations relevant to, close friends or family or whoever. Like perhaps I may expect that my wife will come back to my home like 6 p.m. or so on, so on. So even when my wife suddenly dies, sometimes I may wrongly expect that, it's 6 p.m., my wife will come back very soon. Then realize that, no, the expectation is totally wrong. She's not here anymore. Like that. So in this way, bereavement disrupts our value system. A lot of goal-directed projects, a lot of habitual behaviors or expectations, we attribute positive values on those sort of projects, activities, or expectations. But all of them, many of them, presuppose the presence of their close family, like my wife. So if my wife dies, then all of the activities, habitual projects or activities or whatever that I have attributed value to do not make any more sense. However, according to Radcliffe, we cannot easily reform our value system in response to bereavement, right? So when we face bereavement, we continue to have the previous valuing system as we had, but the valuing system does not make sense anymore, right? So for instance, like even though I lose my wife, but the lot of goal-directed projects that I had with my wife cannot so easily go away, cannot so easily disappear. I still have a kind of, continue to have the project of buying a house in somewhere, even though I cognitively knows that it does not make sense, but still I continue to value buying a house in that way. So again, we cannot easily reform our value system in response to bereavement. It takes 1 year or 3 years or possibly one more. And importantly, our value system partly shapes how we evaluatively experience the world, namely determining what appears significant, right? And for instance, like if just suppose that my wife kind of says always that this tree is really important for her, then even though after my wife dies, if I see that tree, then the tree appears very significant to me as well, because she, it's very important for her. Even when, despite the fact that she's not here anymore, still the tree appears very significant to me. So this means that when facing bereavement, we can't stop experiencing items or events in the world in the way that we did before. But such experiences are widely felt wrong, right? So the tree appears very significant to me, but cognitively, I know that no. So I don't have to preserve the tree anymore because my wife is not here anymore, like that. So this incongruence causes grieving, according to Radcliffe. So here's a simple example. When one perceives a tree in the garden of the heart deceased father, the tree appears significant because he took care of the tree for a long while. However, since he will never be back there, the appearance of the significance is frustrated. In this way, the bereaved one evaluatively experiences the world in a systematically frustrated manner. Right. So we think that we can apply this kind of framework to the dementia, ambiguous loss. As in bereavement, the fact that a loved one becomes dementia disrupts our value system. It disrupts one's values over goal-directed projects which presuppose the person without dementia, such as traveling abroad, right? So if our family member becomes dementia, we can't anymore go travel abroad. But still, we inevitably value traveling abroad. So it also disrupts one's values of habitual activities and everyday events, such as going for evening walks and going to restaurants. And it also disrupts our value related to expectations of what will happen in near and distant future, such as that the person will not behave in certain ways, and that we will celebrate the birthday of our grandchild together, or like that. So, however, as we have seen in the case of bereavement, we can't easily reform our value system in response to the diagnosis of the beloved as dementia. So we continue to have a value system as we had, but some part of it does not make sense anymore. So we can't stop experiencing items or events in the world in the way that we did before, but such experience is widely felt to be wrong. So this phenomenological consideration enables us to see why premature closure is disadvantageous. So even if one regards her father with dementia as dead, her value system cannot be easily reformed accordingly. So she continues to experience relevant parts of the world evaluatively in ways as she did before her father became dementia. The evaluative experiences are systematically frustrated. So however, if she can establish a new good enough relationship with her father, it serves to make sense of some relevant parts of the value system. Oh, yeah, sure. And for instance, like if she can talk to her father about a tree in his garden, the tree can remain significant, right? The appearance is not frustrated. So contrary to the case in which she regards her father as dead. So in this way, establishing a new good enough relationship serves to make sense of some important parts of our value system relevant to the loved one with dementia. So this reduces the frustration of our evaluative experiences in relation to the one with the dementia. So furthermore, having a good enough relationship serves to guide how to reform our value system, because we can rebuild some parts of our value system that do not make sense anymore against the background of the other parts of the value system that make sense in relation to the loved one with the dementia. So, okay, so now I have already answered the first question, why having good enough relationship is better than nothing in a kind of with some theoretical depth. So the next question is that, is there any other kind of good enough relationship than one-sided relation? Then, you know, our idea is that maybe we relationship is really important. We are going to explain what it is. So a rough characterization of we relationship is this. If we naturally describe a relation by using we as its subject with a certain verb, it's we relationship. For instance, when I work with someone about our travel, when I talk with someone about our travel plan, the relation can be naturally described as we talk about our travel plan. Here, we is used as a subject in this description, so that it's we relationship. So in contrast, when I touch or talk to someone but she doesn't react to me, the relation can be naturally described as I touch her, period, or I talk to her, period. So because of that, they are a one-sided relation. The one-sided relations do not constitute relationship. Furthermore, when I touch someone and she is just surprised by that, my touch, the relation can be naturally described as she is surprised by my touching her. So this can be a mutual relation because she reacts to my action toward her. However, this mutual relationship does not constitute relationship too, since there is no natural way to describe it with we as its subject. So as dementia progresses, it may seem that the we relationship between people with dementia and their family is more difficult to maintain. This is because one with dementia is gradually unable to carry out cognitively demanded cooperative actions, such as making a travel plan or playing a table game together. So as dementia further progresses, it may even become difficult for their family to constitute mutual relations with people with dementia because they would become less reactive and responsive. So this suggests that one must be satisfied with one-sided relations with her loved one with dementia. And this is indeed why Boss takes several one-sided relations as her examples of good enough relationship. However, we do not have to give up on we relationship so easily. This is our idea. We will explicate the notion of we relationship in terms of joint actions and see how we can stand in we relationship with people with dementia. So according to Butterfield, a minimal joint action is an event with two or more agents where the actions surrounding that event have a collective goal, and for actions to have a collective goal is for there to be a single outcome toward which the actions are directed through coordination. And for instance, if two hunters accidentally try to hunt a single deer separately without any cooperation, their actions are not a joint action, despite the fact that they are directed at a single outcome, namely the kill of the deer, because they lack coordination and therefore lacking a collective goal. In contrast, if two hunters try to hunt a single deer cooperatively, their actions are joint action because they are directed at the kill of the deer through coordination, right? Here is just a simple example to show what joint action is. Then, using that notion of joint action, we can give a better definition of we relationship. Two or more persons stand in we relationship if they perform a joint action, and the joint action can be naturally be described with we as its subject. So here are several clarificatory remarks. First, a single outcome toward which a joint action is directed can be the joint action itself, as some actions are end in themselves. For instance, when two good friends take a walk together along a river, the single outcome toward which their actions are directed through coordination is nothing but walking together along the river itself. And second, coordination in joint action is not necessarily cognitively loaded. For instance, for two friends to walk together along a river, they only need to keep certain pace and direction in a coordinative manner, right? So the coordination for walking together does not necessarily involve highly sophisticated cognitive activities like reading their mind or so, reading others' mind or something like that. So third, there are many ways of coordination that can constitute a joint action. For instance, suppose that two people play a ball in such a way that one throws a ball randomly and the other tries to catch it, that sort of game. In this case, their coordination is one-sided in the sense that only one of them coordinates her movement in accord with the other, but still, their activities perfectly look a joint action, and they can reasonably say we are playing a ball. Also, in addition, suppose that two good friends just sit on a sofa together in a peaceful atmosphere without doing anything specific. In this case, even in this case, their sitting on the sofa is directed at hanging out together through a minimal coordination of doing nothing to break the peaceful atmosphere. In this case, too, they can say we hang out there together. So this indicates that we relationship can be established between people with dementia and their family in various ways. For instance, when a person with dementia walks towards somewhere, getting out from our house, if his family can walk behind in a way, coordinating the pace and direction in accord with her, their walk can be a joint action, and she can naturally say, we are on a walk together. When a person with dementia and his family sit on the sofa in a chill atmosphere with one-sided minimal coordination, his family of doing nothing to break the atmosphere, then she can say, we are hanging out there, here. People with dementia can walk, just forget the word. People with dementia can walk, sit on the sofa, even after dementia progresses to the middle late stages. So this means that people with dementia and their family can stand in we relationship even after dementia progresses to such extent. So yeah. But note that there are a lot of joint actions that do not constitute we relationship. This is practically quite important. Like, let us imagine a case in which a caregiver helps a person with dementia to eat lunch. Since their actions are directed at his eating lunch through coordination, they constitute a joint action, right? Like feeding, it's not a good way to say, like assisting eating. Anyway. So however, that joint action can't reasonably be described with we as its subject, because it sounds wrong to describe it as we eat lunch and we help him to eat lunch. So there does not seem to be any other appropriate way to describe the joint action with we as its subject. What's important here is not linguistic, but psychological, right? So in this case, like, so for instance, like I do not eat lunch by myself, just as assist him eating lunch. In that case, psychologically, I don't say naturally, we eat lunch. Rather, I say I assist him eating lunch or something like that. So perhaps linguistically, there may be some kind of appropriate or proper ways to describe this situation with we as a subject, but psychologically, no. So for the same reason, many types of assistance, such as toilet assistance and bathing assistance, do not constitute we relationship. Okay. So final part.
I think it's important to understand that we relationship is one of many type of relationship. And we're proposing one possible relationship that's sort of like in a way that's quite easy to understand and to be teaching to people. Yeah, you know, in a very simple form, just think about, is it something that you doing it together in a way that is easy to implement in a service setting, or in a way that you can ask people to remind yourself, not just your day shouldn't be just constituted with just helping the person with bathing, meal prep, but there's also this drawing the mutual beneficial relationship that's happening. So it is dealing with some of the issue, as Takuya has mentioned, of ambiguous loss and premature closure is another way of having a relationship. Also, there is a relationship outside that sort of just the pure caregiving burden. And there's another concept that's very interesting in psychology. It's called co-regulation. And it just suggests that when you say in a good relationship, whether that's with your friend, with your family, even with your pet, there's this nervous system regulatory effects that both of you just instantly, it's a very efficient way for us to get like this instant relaxation almost, that you don't feel like you have the need to talk to that person, finding out the topic, but this co-regulation happening adulthood. So say that your pre-existing relationship with that person is a good relationship, you can also benefit from that co-regulation by reminding and having that relationship in that end of the last stages of dementia. So the next step for us is, this is very theoretical. So for next step is we're thinking about doing interviews both cross-culture. As you can imagine, Japanese culture and Australian culture, their approach to caregiving is very different, and culture plays a very important role. So doing interviews with caregivers in dementia, and especially construct interview questions in relation to relationship and some linguistic use and analyze of the way of they describing the things they do, whether they use we differently, when they use we, do they describe a more positive state? That will all build into an interview. And then we'll analyze the finding, and hopefully we can develop some sort of theoretical framework. And we do believe that as a caregiver navigating so much, it shouldn't be the person it should be more of a push from the social and healthcare system rather than the person themselves. So hopefully we can build into the services, giving the caregivers more of a reminder of not enjoying, but the type of relationship that you can still have, acknowledging their grief and loss process. Yeah, that's all.
Any other questions? Keep your hands up. Okay, we'll go with James first, please.
Not here.
I think it's right behind Andrew. Sorry, please keep your hands up on the Joseph.
Yeah, thanks for talking. So I really like both of the ideas of like the government. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
That idea as like we have values, we have this law. We have the same values, but nominality is the same. And I also like the idea of the relationships as kind of joint intent. But as someone who loves reducing two things in one, I thought maybe simpler term would just be that everything is about the joint actions. Right, so, the bereavement thing is bad is just the loss of the joint actions. Like, because, you know, most of the examples were things where you're living together. That's, well, you have friends, you're gonna say, so you're not there. So I just thought maybe, just like what's good is like the remaining joint actions, being really bad is also, the loss of the joint actions rather than the values or something like that.
Okay, thank you. So my answer is that we have to distinguish between two types of joint actions. One is like assistance, and the other is different types of joint actions. So assistance is also a joint action. Like, so, like if I'm dementia, I have to control my face somehow, like to eat something, being in a coordinative way with the assistance. This is joint action, but you know, how can I say, like caregivers are full of the sort of joint action assistance. Then what I want to emphasize is that they should focus more on different type of joint action constituting we relationship. So joint action is a sort of necessary condition, but not sufficient. We have to have another condition to make it we relationship. So this is a simple answer.
I misspoke there. By joint attention, I meant the relationship.
Joint attention.
So I was basically my idea was what if you reduce it all to be a relationship. Stuff is good in the remaining part. So maybe that is just the loss of the relationship.
Thank you. Because I think that one of the argument was that the loss of cognitive and the personhood. And I think that we relationship was trying to focus, especially at the end of the dementia stage, how do you still build a relationship? And I think in our paper, we do talk about personhood in terms of dementia. How do we define personhood? Can we, like, if the person say just what the person left is a habitual way of speaking or just the way that they touch their hair, can we hang on to that? So I guess that we could, if we relationship includes everything, but then you actually, yes, you're losing that the part of the cognitive or higher level of drawing action in that way. Yeah.
Joe, please.
Thanks. This is super interesting. So I was reflecting on this idea about the good enough relationship because it allows for the value system to change. And, but I guess I wondered in a way about this comparison with the person who cuts off the relationship with the father. They just decide that they're dead.
Yeah.
Because we do kind of get over grieving people who are gone. So in some time, after some time, the value system changes, our relationship with the deceased person changes. The way in the comparison you make, it's as if you're assuming that it's easier in some way or better to change the relationship while you're still here, we still have some relationship, rather than you're gone and I have to get over the loss. And I wonder whether the presence, the continued presence of the person with dementia, in fact, the reason why it's much harder, because my relationship with my grandmother continues to remind me of how she used to be. So maybe that's a sign that I have not fully transitioned my value system or something, but her continued physical presence, but the personal absence is precisely why it's difficult to do that in some way, like, because I keep seeing her and thinking of how she was, or something like that. So I feel like there's like a real difficulty, and I have heard people say like it would be easier if you were gone. How do you think that is?
Yeah, so I think that there is a pre-assumption here that we're trying to, we didn't really make it clear, is that whatever relationship, in their situation, there are situations where people are still healthy and they decide to cut relationship with their loved ones, and that you start that bereavement process. So I think that in this particular case is the pre-assumption that you had a good relationship, and that this relationship, you still want to have some sort of relationship, but it's just the process of navigating it is difficult, you don't know a way, then hence we propose a relationship as a transitional relationship to bereavement, with the anticipation that you're also going to go through all these frustrations, but as an expectation. So the some pre-assumption is that you want to have some sort of relationship with that person, not that this person you hate and this dementia, yeah, see you later.
Julia, you can.
Thank you. Well, it was so interesting. I have so many questions. I have to choose one or the other.
I can do all.
So I guess, so the first one has to do with the adaptation of our value system that you were talking about. That reminded me a little bit about, adaptive preferences, discussion in the literature on disability and well-being, which has been highly criticized, it's being criticized. And I was wondering if you have thought about that. Then I was thinking, so I'm very sympathetic to the we type of relationship. But so I was thinking to which extent, wondering to which extent it can help with some of the problems that you were talking about. So I can see how that type of relationship might help achieve certain goals that you used to have. So if you were a person that you value once, you can still do that in some meaningful way. But if one of your goals was a very strong goal, yours like very strong preference to buy the house, was the example that you gave before with your partner personally, it's hard to think how that type of like real relationship would make it possible, right, for you to still buy a house. Maybe the last one, what would you say to those people who might think, I just don't see my priority there anymore? The we type of relationship that you're proposing, it doesn't speak to me. So we know that there's like individual differences when it comes to the way that people relate to each other, right? So there are some people who are more like, I'm just gonna say with like this physical, whatever. So the touch example that you gave might like speak to them more. And then there's other people who, for whom relationships might be more like at the cognitive level or intellectual level. It might be quite hard, right? For people like that to engage in this type of like in your relationship in a meaningful way, right? So my right is not here.
Well, first question, I don't understand the context of the disability adaptive.
Okay, so we were
literature
later.
Okay. I kind of forgot the second question, but the question is.
So how is the we type of relationship going to help us with certain type of like values or goals that do involve the other person, but in a very significant way, not just like walk, but like finding a house together.
Yeah, that has to be part of the grief process that the person will have to grieve that goal. We relationship is on the spectrum of relationship, and we acknowledge that it won't be the fully intellectual cognitive relationship. And again, it's on an assumption that you still want a relationship with that person. So if you say that your father is an abuser and has dementia and you decide to cut him off completely, you don't have to engage a real relationship. So it's in the scenario where there is a spectrum of relationship and we relationship and one-sided relationship sits in the middle as different type of relationship that one can still engage in a prescriptive way that somehow enjoy the benefit of, say, co-regulation in a much simple activity joint action manner.
So I'm going to answer your third question, maybe. So in my opinion, relationship constitutes a background on which we can more enjoy different types of relationship, including one-sided relationship. So when we assist some person, of course, I have to touch, I have to talk to many times, but there's no real relationship on the background in that case, like just a caregiver assist some person. So in order to enjoy good one-sided relationships, like touching or talking to without any response as a good enough relationship, perhaps we need kind of background type of relationship. So in that sense, relationship works or serves as a background on which we can enjoy more different types of one-sided or any other kind of relationships with the person with dementia. So.
Okay, very quick.
So I wonder if it's just like there's like a more fundamental philosophical problem here, which is So that wasn't just the way you responded before. So the assumption here is like you still want a relationship with that person. And then someone might say to you, but is the person still there?
Yes.
Is that the person?
Yeah, so in that we sort of adopt a personhood that proposed by Thomas Fuchs. That's a very hard, anyway, so that personhood constitute more than, there is the full percentage, but there is also the different elements of it. So you do have the remains of that personhood in a way that if you want to maintain a relationship with the remaining of the person, that's when you engage in a weird relationship. So if you don't see anything there anymore, it's really up to the person to decide to cease the relationship.
Okay, Faye?
I really like the idea of with relationship. So my question is about this concept. So the example that you presented to explain the joint action is like a standard coordination game example, but the two person collectively not a deer or something they call a rabbit, and the collective of the deer is coordination. But then also like coordination could also happen in a kind of large social scale, like voting cases, also kind of coordination, in which that sometimes, so why I'm saying this is, it seems to me for some kind of joint action or coordination, when we say we don't have an identified person with which we have a kind of relationship as a we, right? So we say we, for example, a resident in Hong Kong, I don't have any specified identified person that has established people say can call we. And I think that might be also useful to the niche kind of case in which that person at a later stage like that personhood. And you can also remember first like the spouse or the family skill. But they still could establish that we thing without like having a sick identified person, even though they keeping regarding the person who this person is or regarding himself or herself. So then it seems this kind of weird relationship, this kind of border, like I don't know, like border sense could quite apply to the Tunisia kind of case. I don't know, like it's maybe a comments on the question, but
So far, I haven't determined or I haven't had a clear answer to the boundary of we relationship. So any more than the kind of working definition that we gave. So perhaps, as you said, like when we go to, for instance, like kind of film, like theater, then we can say we watch the kind of the same movie, but we don't know each other at all. So whether or not I'm not so sure we can want to say that there is a relationship there among such anonymous people, in the same sense as we use the word relationship. So, but as you mentioned, it could be beneficial. Like, even though I couldn't anymore identify the person as my dad or mom, but still we can have a sort of relationship here. This is enough. This is good enough. This is one possibility, so that we will consider the boundary of relationship. So, do you have any follow-up?
No.
Adam Gibbons?
Thanks for this thought. So could you maybe go back, I think maybe one slide? Okay, maybe one more.
Oops, some more.
Yes, that's the one. So read this first blank about the relationship, therapy found to be good enough relationships. And then without huge frustration. What do you think of a sort of stubborn criticism that just says, look, this is never going to be good enough? Because this
as I'm sure you know, these sorts of conditions are very tragic and sad. And maybe it's never going to be good enough, and that's just how it's going to be. Now, it's not too stubborn and flat-footed, or is that how some people respond, really?
Hence, it is a sort of in the bad attitude will be degraded relationship as you had before. So it's still part of the grief and loss process. It won't be pleasant. It's just that through that sort of mist of all misery, and all you can remember is that from this philosopher becoming that doing toileting every day. What can I still enjoy out of this? And relationship is just one prescriptive, simple way that you can think that we somehow relax and share something together, and somehow that facilitates some co-regulation in your nervous system. I feel like you're a human that day.
I can see how it can be maybe beneficial for the breathing of the person thinking this way. And I'm just thinking, the very beginning of the talk, my colleague was going to go in a different direction. And I was just thinking, like, you could easily be someone, and I'm sure there are really a lot of people like this who just think, this is just terrible, but I still, presupposing a good relationship with the person, but if that condition is false and changes, you might still owe dues of care and love and so on, spouse or whatever, even if the relationship is completely broken. Nothing's ever going to get rid of that huge frustration that there may be time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that's a bit too weak or simplistic.
No, I see that all the time in my service setting, and then it is a decision. Eventually, they have to come in terms with, and it's not wrong to cut off a relationship in that circumstance. So it is very tough, and people, because they feel it's out of guilty, so they start with all these mixed emotions of guilt and frustration. Why it's not fair? It becomes much harder. So when they actually living day by day, it's actually a misery by just stuck in this thought of why this is happening to me. So that's when I see them in service settings. So eventually it is a decision, or this grief and loss or moral decision that they have to all collect the data to make that informed decision and be okay with that. There's no right or wrong.
Okay, very quick.
I wasn't even thinking of someone who finds it so frustrating that they break off the relationship. I was thinking of someone who, yeah, this is awful, but still that's my father, that's my special. I still have to be there.
Yeah.
Family member does. But anyway, I don't.
It is awful. It is awful. It is awful. And often I think for them to be able to say that it is awful means a lot, that people acknowledging it is awful. So it is not like some sort of magic happy relationship, but it's much of like finding it's a good thing. Yeah.
I think we have time for Kareem for the last question.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much for this super interesting talk. But so I'm interested in you said that joint action is necessary but not sufficient for good relationship. So what's the other necessary components?
Like we naturally use, we as a subject, we expect that relationship or that action.
Is that a condition for the reaction or for the joint relationship?
Oh, thing like we relationship has two conditions. The one is that it must be joint action. The other is that the action must be expected by using we as the subject.
Okay, thanks. So just but that must require that neutral pair that both share this entity. Is it a we relationship if only one part walks with the other and the other just walks in the wrong world?
That's fine.
That's fine.
It can be we relationship.
Okay.
Okay, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Let's thank our speakers.
Thank you for great.
Short break now, and that will be back up 3:15 for the last. Because sometimes we have to share with
to introduce you Karim Jabari, who is a researcher at the Institute for Future Studies and the Mimir Center, and his research at Mimir concerns ideas and issues related to global catastrophic risks and the long-term future of Earth originating life that he believes have been neglected in the X-risk community. His talk of today is titled Interspecies Comparisons and Animal Welfare. Please, let's welcome Karim.
Thanks a lot. Really happy to be here. It's been fabulous. So many great talks, and I'm happy to be one of them. So this is a relatively novel area for me. It was part of the Mimir project, and the more I've thought about it, the more I've come to believe that it plays actually a pretty big role in the kind of long-term future questions. So the talk here is in the context of the talk is a problem that has been highlighted by several researchers relatively recently, although of course the issue of animal welfare is very old. But it concerns how we should make interspecies comparisons of welfare. And of course, this question has received renewed urgency after some novel results that came from LSE with Birch and Browning and their group, but also other groups in other places, showing that perhaps many more animals than we previously thought might be sentient. So the question then is, how do we compare the welfare level or the welfare of various animals? And this question, of course, has relevance to a lot of different practical policy issues. For example, a common recommendation with regards to climate change, climate smart food is to switch from beef to chicken. But of course, as you know, chickens are much smaller than cows. So a cow produces about 200 kilograms of meat on average. I mean, while chickens produce maybe one or 2 kilos. So if a cow and a chicken have as much enjoy life as much or have as much suffering per unit of time, it seems like breeding chickens for eating them is either much worse or much better, depending on what you think about their average welfare level or their net welfare level. This might also be true to a greater extent if we replace beef with insects. It has been argued that maybe some insects are also sentient, and of course insects are even smaller. Yeah. And of course, the discussion of welfare comparisons also has a huge impact on the issue of wild animal suffering, because traditionally we have mostly been concerned about the suffering of wild mammals and maybe wild birds, but the largest group of animals, vertebrates, are actually fish. And if we ought to count their welfare per unit of time as we count that of chimps or mice and so on, then we have a problem of suffering of gigantic proportions. So about 40% of all animal biomass, 30% of all animal biomass roughly is fish. Fish is a sloppy group, but you know what I mean. So this is the kind of problem. I identified two ways to try to give an answer to this, or a framework to approach this issue. And I'm going to be critical of the first two and then present my approach third. It's a philosophical class. So we start first with the welfare capacity answer, which has been articulated by the research group in the research institute called Rethink Priorities, and which is led by Bob Fisher and not Dean Spears. sorry, I blanked his name, but I know Gary is also very interested in these results. So what they do basically is that they think that animals have something they call welfare capacity. And welfare capacity is like how much welfare, how much happiness, how much well-being can an animal have at a unit of time. So a metaphor for welfare capacity is a bucket. A bucket can hold a certain amount of water, and if you add more water, it overflows. And the idea that they have is that animals have the size of their buckets relate to various proxies that they list here. So you might not be able to see what it says, but it says taste aversion, anxiety-like behavior, fear-like behavior, play behavior, panic-like behavior, etc. Yeah, and another interesting quirk of this model is that the welfare of an animal, the well-being of an animal at a unit of time is renormalized so that it occupies the same proportion of the bucket as would an experience that a human has. So let me give you an example. Let's say that we give an apple to Joe, and he enjoys it. He has 5 units of enjoyment, or let's use 10 because it's easier to track, to the calculations in my head. Then we give it to a pig, but because a pig has 1/3 of the welfare capacity of Joe, then a pig would only have 3 units of happiness from that apple. So the pig's maximum welfare at any point in time is 30. And it's not the case that the pig will kind of reach its ceiling more often. It's rather the case that they will kind of just enjoy apples less than Joe. And consequently, they will also suffer less than Joe. So if we, poke the pig with a hot rod, not that we should, but the pig is going to suffer only 1/3 as much as Joe would. Accounting for the thickness of the skin. I don't know anything about pig skin, but yeah. So just if you kind of take the same experience, it's recalculated, which is an odd feature, but it's not my main objection. But the methodology goes like this, that they collected a number of proxies, behavioral proxies, like the ones I mentioned. Then they asked a bunch of researchers to score those proxies in relation to various animal species. So you can see here, you have silkworm on the bottom, you have pig on the top, and chicken, carp, salmon, octopus, and so on. And blue means likely yes, light blue means lean yes. This is we know, like we know and unknown. And as you can see, 36 to 47, it's unknown. So these are things like envy-like behavior, guilt-like behavior, love-like behavior, etc. And then they score these. So unknown is 0, and lean no is -1, and lean likely no is -2, likely yes is +2, and so on. And then they add it up, and then you get a score of the welfare capacity relative to that of humans. So then you get a score, and for the pig, it's not 1/3. It was just a number I said, but you can see here a pig has 62% or 63% that of a human. Okay, so that's the kind of method. I think there are several problems with this method. So one of them is that these proxies are supposed to indicate the probability of sentience. So, and they use these proxies to determine the probability of sentience. But the probability of sentience is not the same thing as welfare capacity. Because welfare capacity is the size of the bucket, and the probability of the sentience is the probability that you have a bucket. So you cannot infer the size of the bucket from the likelihood of you having a bucket. Those are different things, but they don't seem to understand this. So they're using these proxies to infer the size of the bucket. I think that is poor methodology. Then then these proxies are behavioral. They do have another part with some anatomical proxies, but they don't use them that much for some reason. And behavioral proxies are very difficult to interpret, right? If we take here loneliness-like behavior. Okay, so I know how that looks like, or might look like in a person. But what about the crayfish? It's very difficult to interpret whether a behavior is a result of loneliness or not. Another thing is that this is just a basic methodology. When creating an index, it's important how you choose the proxies. If you choose proxies that are partly overlapping or in some cases synonymous, you risk double counting. So for example, if we have the proxies for here you have 3 different proxies that are fairly similar: fear-like behavior, anxiety-like behavior, and panic-like behavior. All those seem to refer to behavior that is related to a stressed avoidance reaction, or a high an avoidant reaction, but with various forms of intensity. Of course, when you're comparing across species that are very dissimilar, you cannot expect to have such degree of granularity, right? You know, a lobster's panic might look like a crayfish's anxiety. You know, it's difficult to be that granular. And when it's difficult to be that granular, those things are basically referring to the same proxy, which means that we're triple counting that proxy, which is a bad thing, unless you have a specific reason to triple count. I mean, you might motivate it, but then you don't use synonyms. You just assign more score to that proxy because you think that panic-like behavior is particularly important. And then I think maybe this is kind of a nitpick comment, but I think that the proxy motivation is very simple. But let's not dwell too much. The reason I dwell at all on this is because I think that despite their model being very bad, I think their ambition is very good. And I felt inspired to start working with this. And I think they really deserve kudos of being able to articulate the research problem in a very compelling and interesting way. Okay, then we have a position that's also very unpopular, although I think it's quite interesting, but it's very unpopular in these circles. And it's been referred to as neo-Cartesianism. There are not that many that are proponents of this, but there are some people. So the neo-Cartesians, they argue that for a pain that we can distinguish between pain or pleasure that matters from an evaluative perspective, and pain and pleasure that does not matter from an evaluative perspective. And they argue then that for a pain or pleasure to matter, it has to live up to these conditions. So first of all, there needs to be an affective component to the pain. So the pain needs to be perceived as unpleasant. And there's a condition in humans called asymbolia, where people perceive pain without perceiving it as unpleasant. And there are other cases where we sometimes perceive pain, but we don't perceive it as unpleasant. For example, if I put my hand on the stove and burn it, there will be 2 pain signals generated, one going to my muscles, that will make me retract my arm, and one going to my brain and giving me the unpleasant sensation of having burnt myself. But the first pain signal was not perceived by me as unpleasant. So imagine that I ceased to exist in that microsecond before the pain sensation reached my brain. I would not have perceived that first pain sensation as unpleasant. There is some evidence that people that are somnambulists react to pain in various ways, and those may or may not perceive pain as unpleasant. We don't know that much. So these are examples of when a pain sensation can come apart from the unpleasantness of that sensation. We'll talk a bit more about this, but I'll get back to this. Another condition that they talk about is that the person that perceives the pain must attribute it to themselves. So the animal in question needs to have a sense of personhood, an idea of itself as persisting over time. And the third is that it must have a continuity of consciousness, that the animal cannot continuously kind of forget everything it experienced. Some animals don't have only short-term memory and no long-term. So the conclusion from neo-Cartesians are that some animals do feel pain, but the animals that fail at these three things, or that don't fulfill these conditions, or when they don't fulfill these conditions, that pain is not morally relevant. Okay, so my assessment of neo-Cartesianism is that I think it's interesting. I don't agree. I do agree with the idea that affect is central to the hedonic concept of pain and pleasure. So when Bentham and when the Epicureans and John Stuart Mill and all the hedonists, when they talk about pain and pleasure, they mean something that implies pleasantness or like an affect. So I do think that is very important and central to the concept of pain and pleasure. I think that the other two are not so important. Unity of consciousness, well, I don't think so. I think people who, for example, feel who experience pain but have a projection such that they feel that the pain is experienced by someone else, or that they're feeling pain in an object that does not exist, like phantom pain. I do think that still counts as pain and should not be disregarded. So I think, yeah. But I also think that it's maybe too hasty to disregard pain pleasure experiences where the relevant affect is absent as not mattering at all. I think they still could matter in some sense. So this is where I come to my answer, which I call the Millian answer, but that's just to stick a famous name on it. It's kind of different from what Mill thought, but John Stuart Mill famously had this idea that not only quantity and duration matters, but also the quality of the experience. So, he famously had this idea about what's it? Plockepinn, pushpin. No amount of pushpin activity equals to reading poetry. So he had this idea that regardless of how much enjoyment you derive from playing pushpin, it's kind of a silly game. It's never going to be as good as reading poetry, because he thought that poetry had some kind of elevated superior quality. Okay, so a common interpretation of this claim, it's not at all the only interpretation, but a common one, is that Mill was making a claim called lexical superiority. And lexical superiority is the idea that if we compare a certain good, two goods that are different in some respect, that good X is lexically superior to good Y if any amount of X is better than any amount of Y. So any amount of no matter how small of poetry is better than any amount, no matter how large, of pushpin, right? Kant had a similar view. He said, like, rationality is the only thing that matters. So, like, any amount of suffering cannot justify the minutest reduction in human rationality. This, of course, is a very kind of, for some goods, I think this might be true, but it's kind of a weird view if you apply it to things like pain and pleasure. For some goods, like I don't know, any amount of real friends is better than any amount of Facebook friends, perhaps. I don't know. So that could be a good that where there's superiority. Well, I mean, you might disagree, but could be an example. Okay, so a less radical claim would be weak superiority. And here, so this is what Mill might have meant. So the weak superiority is that some amount of good X is better than any amount of good Y. So some amount of Rembrandt paintings are more valuable than all the paintings that I did as a child, regardless of how many there are, and regardless of, they've been reproduced in billions of copies. No amount of copies of them will be as good as some amount of high art or something like that. Or we can even apply this to Facebook friends. If we're unwilling to accept the superiority claim about Facebook friends, we might adopt the weak superiority claim. So maybe having 10,000 Facebook friends is better than having one real friend, but having 10 good friends is better than any amount of Facebook. Perhaps you might have different opinions, but that's like what weak superiority means. Okay, so this notion is not widely accepted today. I mean, people find it like ridiculous that, poetry should be so good. But perhaps this idea is not so bad if we apply it to pain and pleasure episodes or events with and without affective response. So the idea is that, let's say that I'm a somnambulist. I go down to the kitchen while I'm sleeping. I eat a muffin. I have some kind of perception that this has happened. But I have no, as far as we know, as I said, but let's assume that I have no affective response to this event. We could say, in this case, we can say that eating a muffin while awake, or maybe a sufficient number of muffins, trumps any amount of muffins while I'm sleeping. Or that one instance or a sufficient instance of torture of a normal person trumps any amount of pain caused to a person with asymptolia. And this, I would say, is consistent with classical hedonism. So this kind of brings back Mill into the fold. Those Aristotelians, they try to kidnap him and say, oh, he's a perfectionist, but this kind of brings him back to us, and I'm happy about it. But I don't think this is how he meant, but I think that this is how he should mean. But I suppose he didn't know about this asymbolia thing. Okay, so a side note here for the philosophers. Is it really pain if it doesn't feel unpleasant? I mean, this is how we define pain, right? It's not only the physical sensation, it's also the affect that we feel in relation to it. Well, I mean, I'm not here to kind of quibble about concepts, though, I mean, philosophy. But I think that in the hedonist sense, it's not pain. Yes, it's not pain in the hedonist sense. But these non-affective pain perceptions can fill some of the similar functional roles of pain in some contexts. For example, people with asymbolia, they can identify, for example, when the surgery is performed on them, they can say where the surgery takes place, how deep the cut go, how the tissue is open, and so on. So they can identify the duration, the location, the intensity of the pain, but they don't feel bad about it. So some aspects, some functional aspects of feeling pain are still there. These can also cause shifts in attention, which is also important. Like people with asymbolia have to be trained to avoid hurting themselves, but you can train yourself to avoid serious harm. Because it's not like they're numb. They feel pain or they feel a sensation, but it's just not unpleasant. So it can be a trigger for learned behavior. And if it can be a trigger for learned behavior in humans, I don't think it's unreasonable that some animals might have a similar mechanism whereby they feel pain but cannot feel affect, and that their behavior could be explained by a non-affective pain. But we can get back to this in Q&A. Okay, so I already mentioned these cases, but yeah, we can consider these three cases. The kind of reflexive pain, the sleepwalking pain, and some forms of local anesthesia can also cause this kind of asymbolia reaction. At least I think I've experienced something like that, where I could feel what was going on, but it felt okay. Although I was a bit stressed. So it was like a cognitive stress about the cutting me in my skin, and I need to stay still, and so on and so forth. But it was not painful. It was, yeah, it was anxiety inducing, but not painful. And then in this case, you can say that it was not the sensation that caused the pain. It was my cognitive attitudes towards what I knew was going on, and that my sensation was informing that cognitive attitude. Okay, so this has been a long detour. Let's get back to animals. So how do we apply the million account? So I think what we can say is that it might be the case that some animals that experience pain and pleasure, that only a subset of those animals experience affective pain and pleasure. And if that is the case, then we could say that there's a relation of weak lexical superiority between the affective and non-affective pain and affective and non-affective pleasure. So some amount of affective pain is worse than any amount of non-affective pain, or that some amount of affective pleasure is better than any amount of non-affective pleasure. And in this way, we don't need to adopt the very radical Cartesian stance where we say that the non-affective pain and pleasure does not matter at all. We can still say that it matters, but in a conflict, we can rule decisively in favor of the animals that we believe have the ability to feel affect. Okay, so then the question becomes, what animals lack affect? This becomes a kind of $100 question. Well, we don't know. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows, but I don't know. But this is an area of active research, and among others, the group at LSE have pursued this research. And we know that there are some areas in the brain that have a very important role in processing negative affect involved in pain sensations. And this one of those areas is called the anterior cingulate cortex. The anterior cingulate cortex seems to play a very important role, although we're not 100% familiar with the details. And as often, it's always much more complicated than we previously thought. So it seems like some impairment in the ACC might may induce asymbolia, but in other cases, it's been shown to be different. So it's all very confusing. But in essence, I think that this approach would, in one sense, naturalize the problem. This would kind of point us towards a research program that's already being pursued. So it's not like I'm not going to claim I invented it, but it can point us towards that direction to try to solve the problem. Like, which animals have these brain structures, and to what extent, and then we can try to explore further. However, of course, we should not oversimplify. Non-mammals may have brain regions, or non-mammals. Mammals that lack an ACC might have other brain regions that have a similar functional role to the ACC, and that remains to be seen. So that needs also to be explored. So what are the implications? Well, one implication is to make interspecies comparisons of welfare. We need to know more about the anatomical differences in the brain and how those relate to affect. And the ACC is related to pain affect, but other regions seem involved in pleasure affect. So it's not only the ACC that's important. And behavior can be an indicator of the that an animal has the relevant brain structures, but it should not be considered as evidence for the ability to experience well, for the variety of reasons that I mentioned. That the behavior is very difficult to interpret, and that behavior can be caused by non-affective pain. So if go back to the somnambulist again and assume that they experience non-affective pain, you can ask more about that later if you want to. we can see that somnambulists can perform quite complex acts, like sit in the car, drive around the neighborhood, or another common thing is that they go down to the refrigerator and eat, and sometimes they even wash up after themselves and so on. And they do this in a state, in a cognitive state that is very much reduced. So being able to perform complex behavioral actions or complex actions does not imply the ability of affect. But as I've argued, even when affect is lacking, that does not imply that non-affective pain and pleasure does not matter, but it matters less. So to sum up, weak lexical superiority implies that non-affective experiences are good and bad, but the value of these experiences are trumped by a sufficient amount of the affective experiences. And to make an evaluation of the value of those experiences, we need to know more about human and animal neuroanatomy. Thank you.
On the first theory you described, which you ended up rejecting, that explain that like we get more value from eating an apple than a chicken.
Yep.
So why believe that seems? Why should we believe that? That seems implausible. Like if humans are superior, more valuable than chickens, it's not because we get more pleasure out of apples, or some other, you know.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, it's one of the questions I prepared for next time I meet Bob. He visits us regularly, and I read this stuff relatively recently, so I haven't had a chance to ask him.
Right.
But that's I wonder that too. I'm not gonna guess why they believe that.
Okay, so you agree it's a good objection.
Yeah, yes, yeah. I think there are good objections to that.
You have a finger? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
There's a very minor comment. It's sort of a thing that we say, like, he enjoys something that's not more in some sense. And you can interpret that in one of two ways. Like one thing, it's slot. Like there's a certain empathy pleasure in your eyes from eating an apple. You imagine absolutely doesn't. One thing you might want to say is that they're enjoying it more.
Yes, that could be indeed the case. I mean, if they enjoy it as much as we do, then they're filling up a larger fraction of their bucket. And so in that sense, they're enjoying it more.
Thank you for really interesting talk. So I'd like to challenge the view that unpleasant pain is bad.
Mm-hmm.
So just suppose that I really hate the smell of cigarette, for example, like smell experience of cigarette. Then I have the unpleasant experience of the smell of cigarette. But just suppose that another person likes the smell of cigarette. Then the person has a pleasant experience of the smell of the cigarette, right? So the two persons have the same smell experiences, but they're different in valence. One pleasant and one unpleasant.
Yeah.
So, in that case, we don't say that the smell experience itself is good or bad, right? So it's quite neutral. What matters is being pleasant or being unpleasant. I think the same would be applied to pain. So why we have to think that unpleasant, not unpleasant pain must be bad. So you said there's some functions of pain, but the whole of the functions you listed to be applied to smell experience, for instance. So this is my challenge.
Right. So thank you. I want to be more clear what I mean by unpleasant pain. So
a sensation by itself is not necessarily painful or not. So breathing in the smoke is not necessarily painful. It can be, if you, some sensations can be, or this is what I believe, some sensations can be painful if you dislike them or if you like them. So your attitude is what matters, nothing else. But I think that because those sensations have no functional role similar to that of pain. Like the sensation of inhaling tobacco smoke has no, compared to, for example, the sensation of putting your hand on a hot stove, has a distinct functional role that we put under the label pain behavior or pain response behavior. So that would be the difference.
Yeah, but what we have to distinguish between the function of being unpleasant, the function of being pain, having pain. So in the case of the touching for the skull,
Yeah.
Of course, kind of we have a reflex or something like that.
Yeah.
But the reflex itself does not have to be bad like this way, like this one. So the function you listed, which is supposed to be associated with a experience, seems to be not bad in themselves.
Right. Okay, so I think this is a difficult challenge. I am not exactly sure where my intuitions fall. On one hand, I want to go with you, be subjectivist. On the other hand, I think there seems to be something important to the objective fact that a person or an animal has been subjected to a sensation that has caused a pain avoidance behavior, for example. Like if we consider, for example, an arthropod or something like that, you might consider that a certain stimuli of that animal that causes a pain reaction would be bad, even if it is. So I'm not exactly sure what to think, but I think that's a good pushback. I'll have to think about a better answer. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. So my question's about the functional account of pain you described. So I want to hear a little bit more about what that kind of means. So I'll give you two examples. So I don't know much about this literature, but I know there's one scholar, Brian Key, and he has this paper in Biology and Philosophy, the journal, and the claim is that most species of fish don't experience pain in terms of affect because they don't have sufficient neural structure, but they do exhibit nociception, that is aversion to noxious stimuli. So I feel like the account of functional pain we're describing is aversion to noxious stimuli, but not necessarily accompanying affective response, at least in this case. And then the second part to my comment, something you should respond to, is what would you think about, so Brian Tomasic is another scholar in philosophy of mind literature, and he thinks that, well, if you accept a functional account of pain, then that it's a necessary and sufficient condition for their, maybe at least sufficient condition for their being welfare benefits. Then like all video game characters in video games, for instance, running some teleological, minimum degree of goal-orientedness, whenever they die, so to speak, there's negative welfare effects. So that seems to be a most votes. You wouldn't want to take seriously the video game characters. So could you respond?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So yeah, I think nociception, I would say, is a much more simple phenomenon. So nociception is prevalent in many life forms that lack subjective experience. For example, bacteria, plants, and so on. They can register when their tissues have been harmed. And that's, I think, what is often meant by nociception. It's like a signal that indicates harm or trauma or something like that, and that can trigger a reflex to repair or to repel or whatever. So that is kind of nociception. What I mean by pain is something that requires subjective experience. It's something that only animals that there is something like to be
that have subjective experience can experience pain. And a subset of those animals can experience this kind of more full pain, effective pain. So that would be the difference between nociception, very simple, pain, intermediate, and effective pain. And if this talk was a bit longer, I would talk about emotion, which I think is even more complex. But well, let's leave that for dinner or something. Tomasic, yeah. So I'm not a big fan of the functional account. I think that the functional account is, yeah, it's quite impoverished. I suppose it was fine when we had very limited knowledge about the world, like in Skinner's days, but now we have completely different tools to be able to understand the mental world, and we can use that knowledge to infer different things. And I feel like I think like one of the problem with the rethink priorities people is that they overly rely on this functionalist behavioral account. And I think that some philosophers, unfortunately, that talk about video games or robots and so on, feeling pain or feeling suffering, they're also stuck in this kind of functional account. And it's like we are so vulnerable to infer mental states when observing behavior, right? People fall in love with their plants and, you know, talk to statues and so on and so forth, and feel like I've been seen by a painting. And so we are like natural born anthropomorphizers. So I think that the kind of behavioral account is very dangerous in that perspective.
Okay, James. So two things. One is about the idea of lexical superiority. So in like the early 2000s, there were two papers published in Solitas. I think one of them was David Rabinowitz and the other by Kate Casper or something like that. Anyway, one proved that strong superiority, you call it, basically to accept that you have to deny that greater than is transitive. And then the next one proved that weak superiority, to accept that you have to deny that greater than is transitive. So it's a big problem. You can't really so I just, you might want to look at those papers.
I have, but I don't think weak superiority implies that.
Yeah, well.
Are you sure? That's a conclusion?
Yeah. One of them. At least in the context of population analysis, it's like accepted as.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to.
Non-transitive.
Can you explain how?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm really bad at math, unless they prove, they have proof that I.
Yeah, I'll check that. I'll check that. But yeah, I read that paper, but that's not okay. Yeah, I'll check it again. Yeah, I'll check it again. Thanks.
Then the second thing, I guess, pretty much mentioned, but just to add on a bit. So the idea that right, pain and pleasure can be good or bad, say it still matter in some sense, and that the justification is like, well, reflexive action, changes in attention, but none of those things seem bad.
No. Yeah.
But in that case, wouldn't it just seem more simple to say, well, look, there's no two kinds, it's just, it seems like really close to real pleasure, because it's so often linked to it. So our mind, you know, we have a extreme condition of that. That's just because pleasure thing so often near insensitivity.
Right. So no, I didn't say that non-affective pain was bad for these reasons. So that's not what I meant. Sorry if I was unclear. I meant that that we could call it pain in some sense, and distinguish it from other sensations, for example, breathing in smoke, because they can play a similar functional role to pain. But this is not what makes them bad. Instead, other things can make it bad. Like if you have like sometimes I have this kind of objective lists inclination, Yeah, so that kind of inclination to say that, experiencing being cut is bad, even if you don't perceive it as bad. So that could motivate that normative assessment. But as I said to Toya, my intuitions are quite shaky on this ground. So thanks for the perspective.
I'm like a hardcore.
Yeah.
That's strongly rejected. That's why.
Yeah.
That's really tough.
Yeah, but but it is weakly inferior, so it doesn't matter that much.
Adam,
This is maybe ill-advised because I don't want to wade into deep waters in which you can't swim, but on the transitivity of greater than relation, you do get some people who will fight that bullet. So Larry Temkin, if you really want to get into that debate, so Larry Temkin was making a paper on this, and also it's like a 600-page dense book. Which also gets into
Oops.
yeah, just it's, some people do go in that route, so it's maybe one thing about maybe. I'm sure James hates that view. But I know Larry's a smart guy, so I don't know. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
then
So I'm not getting why we should think